You know I've traveled near and far, see the shining sea. I've seen a lot of places, and people that were nice to me. One place that's in my heart, and this is how I feel. I'm talking about my hometown, Fayetteville. She's nestled in the sand hills on a river called Fayetteville. Special to so many who proudly served our country here. She was named for Lafayette and known for cotton mills. I'm talking about my hometown, Fayetteville. My hometown, Fayetteville. I'm so proud to be from here. It don't take long when you're away from home to find out how you feel. It's always good to come home to Fayetteville. Babe Ruth hit his first one, heard around the world. Sherman marched with the Union and burned the arsenal. Old Market House still standing, but stands for freedom's will. I'm talking about my hometown, Fayetteville. My hometown, Fayetteville. I'm so proud to be from here. It don't take long when you're away from home to find out how you feel. It's always good to come home to Fayetteville. My all-American city, Fayetteville. Talking about my hometown, Fayetteville.
Good evening and welcome to the May 11th, 2015 regular Fayetteville City Council meeting. I'd like to ask for Darian Perez to come up. He is a seminary student here in Fayetteville who has been a friend of the cities and city council for a long time. We appreciate you being here. If I could ask everyone to please stand up for our invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Heavenly Father, God, we thank you today, God, for another city council meeting, God. We thank you, God, for all that you have done, God, for this city, God, today. Thank you for your grace and mercy, God, each day for each one of us, God. I pray today, God, that you would touch each one here, God, today, God, to come to you, God, to know you, God, to make decisions, God, according to you. God, bless this city today, God. Help all the cities, God, in the nation, God, in the world today. Touch Fayetteville, God, that we would continue, God, to pray, God, and worship you each day, God. We thank you for all that you've done. God, bless each marriage, each child, God, each school, everything that you're doing here in Fayetteville, God. Bless all the churches, God, the pastors, God, the teachers, God, each one, God, to continue to pray, continue to seek you, God, a nation, God, and a city that will call upon God. We thank you for all that you've done and all that you accomplished. And we look forward, God, to what you're going to do each day for the rest of our time, God. Thank you for your mercies and your grace. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Perez,
Yes, sir.
thank you very much for the prayer, sir.
Sir.
Mr. Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two brief announcements for our citizens. Tonight, Monday, May 11th, a community cafe conversation is taking place at Westover Recreation Center. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you have a chance tomorrow night, Thursday, June 4th, to attend and be a part of the cafe conversations taking place at Smith Recreation Center, Lake Rim, and College Lakes. Because the city of Fayetteville wants to know what matters to you. Join us as together as everybody brainstorms ideas for the metrics to measure how city of Fayetteville is doing in meeting its strategic goals. So your input is greatly appreciated. Now there's only 45 participants, so sign up, reserve your seat today by calling 433-1474. That's 433-1474. We will hope to jam-pack the next three cafe conversations. And one last announcement, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This Saturday morning, Fayetteville Beautiful is joining partners with the City of Fayetteville, Cumberland County, and Sustainable Sandhills by having our e-waste drive, electronic waste drives at the courthouse parking lot right on Gillespie Street from 8 to noon. That's the courthouse parking lot on Gillespie Street. Bring anything that's old you want to get rid of that has cords, blenders, TVs under 32-inch printers, computers, lamps, vacuum cleaners. You'd be surprised at what is brought to us. We'll take it away, no charge. And if you have books you want to get rid of, we'll take those as well and haul them off for you. That's this Saturday on Gillespie Street, the electronic e-waste drive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Mr. Chris Mitchell. Good evening. How are you, my friend? Good. Tell us something going on with the Appearance Awards.
Outstanding. So, Mr. Mayor and our elected officials, as well as all of the, I almost said congregation, I'm standing on the behalf of the Joint Appearance Commission. The Joint Appearance Commission is actually a commission that was designed by the elected officials of the city of Fayetteville, as well as the Cumberland County, as a joint effort to blend together and find out what is beautifying our city, what's making our city and our town look good. Well, we came up with something that we have hosted for the 7th year. This is the 7th annual Joint Appearance, our Community Appearance Awards program. And here's what's special about this. The Appearance Awards program gives us an opportunity to give back to those people that are actually giving back to us. When you look at properties, I mean, we take it for granted. A lot of times we look at them as a subconscious point of view. In other words, we're driving by and we're saying, that looks very nice, that looks great. And Mr. Bobby Hurst, you are absolutely, I just want to just give it to you because you have the Fayetteville Beautiful, that initiative keeps our city looking good. So those kind of subconscious things are going around, and we have developed a program that actually recognizes those people who are actually giving back. So here's what I want to tell you. You're going to see these types of flyers floating around all over the city of Fayetteville as well as Cumberland County. And this gives you an opportunity to cast your vote. You're going to be able to nominate your favorite property, whether it's a gateway or your community interest way, whether it's a landscaping project, a project that actually, your residential or a new building project that went up. You can actually nominate this. June the 1st is the deadline. You can go online at the City of Fayetteville website, and you can select the Appearance Awards program. You can go on the PWC website, the Cumberland County website, and just look for the Appearance Awards program. You have the back of these brochures will actually also give you a nomination form. There is several ways you can actually nominate the project as well. That means you can go online and you can nominate it over the website. You can actually email the information as well, and you can also call it in to the it's called the Developmental Services Department at area code 910-433-1612, and that's on the brochure as well. We want you to submit at least one photo as you nominate or your property so we can actually see it from your point of view. We're going to be selecting the winners this summer. Last year, I'm telling you, it was just like the Grammy Awards. I mean, when the people were coming up, they were getting these awards. In fact, Mayor Robinson was actually there. We actually did it right here in the chamber, and it was so exciting that our mayor actually went up and he started passing out coins. Remember that day, sir?
Very well, sir.
Right. So it was that exciting. So you can tag along. Every nomination will be recognized, as well as the awards that are actually given that day. So with that being said, look for your nominations. You'll see these in recreation centers, libraries all over the city of Fayetteville and Cumberland County.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
Always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for the work that you do. At this time, we have a special, I guess it's a treat, but also a recognition for Miss Koo. Thank you so much for being here. She is a 14-year-old student. She goes to Cape Fear High School, and she is the first place winner at the state Southern Division and also at nationals for flute playing. So we are honored to have you as one of our residents here in Fayetteville. Would you please, would you like to say something first, or you just want to perform?
Danny boy.
Ms. Koo, thank you very much for joining us. We've read about you in the newspaper. Beautiful story to go along with your beautiful music. Our Mayor Pro Tem would like to make a presentation.
Certificate of Excellence on behalf of the mayor and the members of City of Council, and over 208,000 residents here in the city, we present you this Certificate of Excellence for your tireless efforts and dedications to excellence while competing and winning junior woodwind competition at the state, divisional, and national level. Your individual achievements are a great source of pride for our city, and we wish you best wishes and success, and continue being an ambassador of our great city.
I give thanks to everyone who supported and prayed for me, my family, my teachers, and God. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, City Council.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we'll ask Councilmember Hurst to come down front to make another presentation to Miss Fayetteville's outstanding teen, Miss Mary Morgan.
We've heard a lot about beauty tonight, and so not me, but being a part of Fayetteville Beautiful, now we're going to be recognizing two beauty queens. So, first of all, it's my honor and privilege to present on behalf of the Mayor and Fayetteville City Council this Certificate of Excellence. First to you, Ms. Mary Morgan. On behalf of the members of the City Council and more than 208,000 citizens, we hereby present this Certificate of Excellence in recognition of Mary Morgan Lochner, Miss Fayetteville's Outstanding Teen 2015, for her dedicated and untiring commitment to making a difference in our lives of others through volunteerism. Our best wishes for every success as an exemplary ambassador of our great city, signed this 11th day of May, 2015, by our Mayor, Nat Robertson. And I would give you this opportunity, Mary Morgan, to make some comments. Thank you so much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mary Morgan Lochner, and I'm Miss Fayetteville's outstanding team. And I would just like to thank you all for so generously letting Comfort and I join you tonight. It's a very wonderful experience, and we're thankful for it. And I would just like to say that I am overall very grateful to be able to represent you all, the wonderful people of Fayetteville, in my platform, which is Heroes, which is helping everyone remember our extraordinary soldiers. So thank you for this opportunity.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Lochner.
Mary Morgan. Mary Morgan. Councilmember Hurst, could Mary Morgan tell us where she goes to school?
Oh, I am a sophomore at Pine Forest High School. Go Trojans.
There you go.
Thank you, Ms. Lochner.
And it's also an excellent opportunity for me to present this certificate. Both of them are Facebook friends of mine. On behalf of the members of the it's got me all flustered now, Mr. Mayor. City Council Comfort, and our more than 208,000 citizens, we hereby present this Certificate of Excellence in recognition of Comfort Johnson, Miss Fayetteville 2015, for your dedicated and untiring commitment to making a difference in our lives of others through volunteerism, and our best wishes for every success for you as an exemplary ambassador of our great city, the 11th day of May 2015. And my best wishes on behalf of the city as you represent us in Miss North Carolina. So, signed by Mayor Nat Robertson. And if you'll say some remarks, we appreciate it, Comfort. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
First, I would like to say I'm so honored and I'm blessed to be standing in front of you all today. Thank you for allowing myself and Mary Morgan to be here. And I am Comfort Johnson, Miss Fayetteville, and I'm a graduate student at the University of North Carolina at Pembroke. And I will be taking to the Miss North Carolina stage this June 15th through the 20th, my platform, the 3 E's of diabetes, which is to educate yourself, eat right, and exercise. And I'm very blessed and humbled to be representing this prestigious city. So thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to bringing that crown home. Thank you.
Thank
Which
you.
high school did you attend?
I'm sorry?
Which high school did you attend?
I attended Reynolds High School in Winston.
See, there's schools other than Pine Forest.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. This will be on Bobby's Facebook page later if anybody'd like to see. Thank you, Mr. Hurst. At this time, we'll have a presentation from Councilmember Colvin, and ask Mr. Curtis Brown to come forward, please.
Mr. Brown, if you and the true men can come forward.
Hello, gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor, these fine-looking gentlemen and the two counselors, Pastor Brown and his staff, have a mentoring program called True Men at E. Smith High School, my former high school.
Where was that, Mr. Colvin?
E. Smith High School, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And had the opportunity to spend a portion of the day at my office with these guys. I was so impressed by the mannerisms and this program, and wanted to make sure that we recognize them, knowing that truly this is our future that we're standing with. We've seen a variety of our young people in Fayetteville. Is truly blessed and honored to have these people in our community. And I just wanted to recognize Pastor Brown and his staff for the great job that they're doing and present to them the certificate of recognition. Pastor Brown, on behalf of the members of City Council and our mayor and our more than 208,000 citizens, we hereby present to you this certificate of recognition in appreciation, you and the True Men mentoring program, for your dedication and commitment to mentoring, teaching, and educating young men in our community to make the right life choices. Your volunteer services has helped to improve the lives of countless youth in the city of Fayetteville and the surrounding areas. Signed this 11th day of May 2015 by Mayor Nat Robertson.
Mr. Brown, would you like to tell us a little something more about what the True organization does with the True Men and some of the projects?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. First, I'd like to say I first give honor to God on this evening, thanking the City Council for having us here on tonight. Thanking Ms. Chalmers, which is the principal over there at E. Smith High School. Bless God, because I have an awesome staff that's helping me out with these young men. Corey Baker, I have Joel Brown, who's a newscaster for ABC News. He come every week and he mentor with us. Roderick Jones and Mr. Julian Brown over at E. Smith. What we are doing with the program of True Men over there is basically being a positive role model and example for these young men. As you can see, a lot of homes in Fayetteville are single-family homes. But we are there to help them pick up the pieces to make the right choices in life, because each day that we wake up, life is all about choices. And if you make the wrong choices, that you're going to have to suffer those consequences. So our job as mentors of True Men is to be that positive role model and example for these young men, so when we're gone one day, they can return the favor and do the same thing for other young men.
Thank you so much. Could we get these gentlemen to give us their names and what grades they're in? Yes. Since you do attend the best high school in
How you
Cumberland
doing,
County.
sir? How y'all doing? Kobe, I'm in 10th grade.
How y'all doing? I'm Navier Adams. I'm in 10th grade.
How's everybody doing tonight? My name is Trayvon. I'm in 11th grade.
Hi, my name is Javion Harris. I'm in 10th grade.
I'm Trey Marquise Patterson, and I'm in the 9th grade.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I will be less than a man if I don't do this, because you have to have a very understanding wife to do what I do, and I just thank God for my wife, Paula Brown, for 26 years put up with me, because she know I have the heart to go out in the streets and help save the lost or those who need that positive role model. So I do thank God
Very
for a
smart
beautiful
man, Mr.
yes,
Brown.
yes.
Very smart man.
Yeah. So I do
Pulled
give,
that out at the last minute, didn't you?
yeah. I wanted to be able to go home. Amen. So I do thank God for my beautiful wife for 26 years and still counting.
Thank you all for being here tonight. Council, at this time, we'll move back to the agenda. Item 5.0 is the approval. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the agenda.
All right, Mr. Crisp,
Second.
second by Mr. McDougal. Any discussion on the agenda item? Seeing none, council, I'll ask for your vote, please. Madam Clerk, that's unanimous. Council, this time we'll move to 6.0, which is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Crisp,
if I may, I would wish to pull item 6.04 and item 6.09 from consent for a brief discussion.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
okay. Mr. Colvin,
My questions were answered during the work session,
okay.
during the dinner meeting.
So just 6.04 and 6.09, those are the only two being pulled for discussion. If I don't see anything else, council, I'll ask for a motion.
So move, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. McDougal and Mr. Wright, council discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll ask for your vote, please. Madam Clerk, that's unanimous. Mr. Crisp, 6.04.
Mr. Mayor, council, I've asked to pull 6.04, which is awarding of a contract for the purchase of 3 automated side loader refuse trucks. I have considerable complaints from my constituency in my district. Maybe it's our curse that our pickup day is Fridays. but because of the dissatisfaction on the part of my constituency, I move to disapprove 6.04.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that's Mr. Crisp and Mr. Arp. Discussion on the motion, council? All right, seeing none, I'll ask for your vote. Okay, council, so this is confusing from the way he worded it. He is wording to disapprove. So if you vote against it, that means you're approving it. If you vote for it, that means you're not approving it.
You want to clear the board, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, let's do that, it looks like.
Very much.
Green is to deny
To deny what?
approval.
Is
To deny the purchase of the loaders.
trucks.
Green is to deny the purchase of the trucks, that's correct. All right, council, lights are back on. We've got 3 out still.
I don't know if my button's working.
All right, we've got 1 out.
Push mine for you.
Might not be the right
Yeah.
one. Is mine working?
Okay, we got them all now. Madam Clerk, that is 7-3 with Mr. Crisp, Ms. Jensen, and Mr. Arp voting for. Mr. Wright, Mayor Robertson, Mayor Pro Tem Davey, Councilmember Colvin, Hurst, McDougal, and Moan voting against.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. McDougal?
is it in order to move that we approve the purchase of these loaders? Or did,
That was done by the vote.
no, sir, I don't think so.
Okay, I'll entertain that motion. All right, that was Mr. McDougal and Mr. Colvin. Discussion on the motion. Okay, council, I'll ask for your vote.
Six to 5, 6 to 4. Somebody not voting now?
No, we got it now. Madam Clerk, those voting against, Councilmember Crisp, Councilmember Jensen, Councilmember Arp. Those in favor, Councilmember Wright, Mayor Robertson, Mayor Pro Tem Davey, Councilmember Colvin, Councilmember Hurst, Councilmember McDougal, Councilmember Moan. Mr. Crisp, 6.09.
Mayor, council members, I asked to pull item 6.09, excuse me, from the consent agenda because of the wording contained therein. I wanted to be perfectly clear that the wording should eliminate any reference to 8% payment on the part of citizens for the $5,000 annexation, as the current rate for them would be, as of this night, 5.25%. That is my motion, sir, to alter the wording to eliminate reference to 8%, to clearly show that the interest rate on those unable to pay the initial $5,000 up front will be at a borrowed rate of 5.25%.
Thank you, Mr. Crisp. That was a motion.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Mr. Arp. Council discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll ask for your vote, please. Buttons are a little sticky tonight. Madam Clerk, that's unanimous. At this time, item 7.0 is the public forum. This is a time that any Fayetteville resident may have input and a voice on what goes on in the city of Fayetteville. Due to policy restrictions, this forum will not last any longer than 30 minutes, and each speaker will be limited to only 3 minutes to address the city council on issues relating only to the city of Fayetteville. Individuals wishing to speak at tonight's forum should have already signed up with the city clerk prior to the start of tonight's meeting. If you're here to speak on items that may also appear later on in the public hearing, we ask that you reserve your comment until the public hearing. So when you hear your name called by the city clerk, we ask that you please come to the podium, clearly state your name and home address for the record. Then when you see the lights located on the podium change from green to yellow, you will have 30 seconds left to speak. When you see the red light come on, your time has expired. And again, due to policy restrictions, we are not able to extend the given time. So with that being said, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, we have 3 speakers this evening for public forum. The first speaker is Mr. Stephen Blanchard.
Call him again, please.
Mr. Stephen Blanchard. Okay, not seeing him. Our next speaker is Miss Cheryl Ann Crouch Mendez.
Welcome, Ms. Mendez.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm on here to speak on behalf of my daughter, Mary Elizabeth Mendez Kelly, who happens to be an autistic, wonderful girl who is on the Special Olympic team. And ever since I got back from Iraq, I've been telling her she can come down here and get one of these, a application for privileged tax license so she can go out and do a yard sale. So because we want to teach her the right things to do, sell her things and pay taxes and do the right thing. Came down and asked for one and said, no, can't do it. And I said, well, why can't we? Well, she has to be emancipated. And I said, well, no, what about all those people who were, doing actors and actresses? Well, they're emancipated. And I'm saying to myself, well, what about the Gerber baby? Well, the Gerber baby isn't emancipated. So please, my daughter would like to do a yard sale, and she'd like to fill one of these out. And so per this, it does not have anywhere in here any age restrictions. Anywhere in here, you did not put any age restrictions in here. But it does say she needs one of these. And she's a phenomenal girl, would like to do the right thing, and so that's why we're here today. So can we get one, please?
Why don't I have someone with staff meet you right back there at the door, and I'm sure they will take care of you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Mayor, our next speaker is Mr. Jose Cardona.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I am totally shocked. That shouldn't even happen in this city. Anyway, my name is Jose Ivan Cardona. I live at 233 Addison Street, Fayetteville, North Carolina. It's been about 1.5 years that I haven't been here, and I was one of the guys that welcomed Mr. Borges here. Mr. Borges and everybody else who's new in this council. Tonight I want to speak to you about your budget. One more time. Your budget is full of holes. Your budget, as of today, when I left my house, 4/29/15, which is April 29, the Goodyear Company had $4.26 billion in revenues available to them here. On this budget, you're getting ready to give them $75,000, just free. This is wrong. 41,500 for new furniture for the development of the economic development. Hey, they need to go to the restore like many of us are doing and get some furniture from down there. They got pretty nice furniture too. $30,000 for the Discretion of the department director. How many of you guys got 30,000 in your fund for discretion? I don't. Hello. Page E33, $458,966 for the Festival Plaza Boulevard, for the Festival Plaza. Don't we have this building paid off? Hello? Are we paying for the cost to move the city hall to that place? We haven't moved the city hall yet, now that I know of. Come on, guys. On page 43, another. So many thousands to remove furniture for the Human Resource Department or to buy new furniture. Wow. On solid waste, $150,000 for comprehensive solid waste study. Wow. Solid waste, you put it in the garbage can, you put it in the dump, and it deteriorates. I made the study for you. It didn't cost you nothing. Come on, guys. Then, how much money we made last year on the recycling? Can anybody tell me? Can any of you guys tell me how much money we got on recycling? What is that money being used to? And if they're not making money, where's the money going to? Why are we running an agency that's not making money? Page F37, the Arts Council is going to get $75,000. I agree with that one. They also get some from the county. $48,000 for Friends of the Festival Park. Hello. And the last but not least, $26,25,000 for the Airborne and Specialized Museum. Guys, that is a funded 100% by the military, with the exception of the grounds that we have to pay $60,000, $70,000 a year.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
I appreciate it, and thank you for having me.
Thank you.
No, we have no further speakers.
Great. Council, at this time we'll move to item 8.0, which is our public hearings. Madam Clerk, I know some of those must be sworn in.
Yes, sir, I have 17 speakers for this item. They all need to be sworn in.
They all will need to be sworn in?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to do that all at one time? Okay. Okay. Would you call their names to come up front, and we can do that all at once?
We have Mr. Craig Harmon, John Bantasolas, Michael Roberts, Sharon Hartman, Jennifer Rivers, Mike Noble, Jonathan Charleston, Bikesh Ray, Mark Vanover, Sheldon Briggs, Jose Ray, Pam Carter, Rebecca Arrington, Nancy Tart, Martin Hendricks, Mike Thompson, Sheila Ratley, and Nellie Mazingo.
Okay, if she called your name and you're not here, raise your hand. Just kidding.
Okay, if you would all raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
And Madam Clerk, just so we are understand, now there is no time limit, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I would ask that everyone please remember that there is a large group to speak tonight. So I believe everyone would appreciate you keeping your comments brief and to the point, but make sure that you are able to share your thoughts with us. Mr. Harmon?
Evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is a special use permit request for an auto salvage / junkyard to be located along South King Street. This is case number P1509F. And just as we get started, I'd like to remind everyone on council that this is a special use permit, that the decision you make tonight is based on evidence, and that should be the evidence that is presented to you tonight. The city's land use plan, as we'll see here in just a moment, calls for the downtown area through most of this property. I'll go to that here in a moment, I'm sorry. The zoning on this currently is HI, heavy industrial, which is also the zoning to the south of this property. To the north of the property, you have mainly MR5, multifamily or mixed residential zoning. You do have some more industrial zoning here kind of to the northwest, and then some more the residential zoning here to the west, and then of course the property does border along the river on the eastern side. Currently it is an undeveloped tract of land. There are other commercial industrial properties again to the south of this, some undeveloped properties as well, and then as we all know here along Eastern Boulevard, mainly heavier commercial activity. And then again here to the kind of north area of the proposed development is different types of residential, single family and multifamily. Again, our land use plan calls for most of this property to be within the downtown district, which that allows for a lot of different types of uses. There is a small corner back here that the plan calls for industrial, and then here along the river is conservation. Here's the site plan of what they're looking to do. I'll try to run through this with you. First, to get you acclimated, here is South King Street. It shows up on the north side of your drawing here. Just to the off the page from this would be 301 or Eastern Boulevard. They're looking to house about 1,300 vehicles on the property. There would be a kind of a building here that would be their customer service center, basically, where people who are coming to get parts from the cars would come to. And then their customer parking area is here. And then there's a kind of a long road that leads back to this back corner. And this is the area where they will be collecting fluids and things of that nature from the cars. In that regard, it is a little different than some of the typical salvage yards you see, in that they drain the vehicles of their what gas, what oil, what any fluids that are left. They take the batteries out and they resell all of those products as well. You'll notice this, get my mouse here, this kind of heavy black line running here. That's the 100-year floodplain. And you'll notice that there are no parking areas for cars in that area. UDO does not allow for the storage of vehicles in a junkyard to be within that 100-year floodplain. So they are meeting that requirement. And then again, here to the what really is the east, but kind of looks like the south on the map, is the Cape Fear River again. And as you can see by all the topo lines, it's pretty steep climb from the river to the elevation where this property is. Just a couple of photos of the property as it currently sits. This is the property just to the south, an industrial company. These would be the residents just to the west of the property. The old, I guess it's a Knights Inn now, used to be Ramada Inn, is just on the back side of these houses on 301. And just to give you a little case history on this particular one, basically the same request came to council back in 2012. Same applicant and the same basic site plan. At that time, The City Council did deny that request 10-0, and that denial was most based on concerns from the area residents and the possible negative impacts to the Cape Fear River. A lot of those issues that were raised at that point were the volume of traffic that the business would generate, protection of the neighborhood that's there, protection of the Cape Fear River, safety of neighborhood children, environmental concerns because it's so close to the river, flooding of the river, and then the visual impact that this might have for people using the river for things such as recreational activity, those type things. On March 10th of this year, the Zoning Commission held a public hearing regarding this case. There were 5 speakers in favor and 4 in opposition. Basically, the ones in favor spoke to the recycling nature of the business and its location next to other industrial uses. The ones in opposition spoke to concerns regarding their neighborhood children, traffic, the screening of the business from King Street, and this the Zoning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend approval. If you, as conditions with this project, there is actually a portion of the Cape Fear River Trail that would, and I'll back up again, since this borders on the river, part of the Cape Fear River Trail is shown to come through this area. And so that's one of the conditions, if you decide to approve it, that the applicants have agreed to as well, but that staff would think is something that needs to be required. And that would be the reservation of a 30-foot trail easement along the river as part of the river trail system, and then reservation of a temporary 50-foot construction easement beside of that river trail easement for when the trail is built. Zoning Commission again has recommended approval of the project. That's based on that the property is already zoned for heavy industrial uses and is adjacent to other industrial businesses. That the nature of the proposed business as a recycling center, that none of the junked autos would be stored in the floodplain, and that a berm would be placed along King Street to screen the salvage operation and their parking from King Street. Staff has recommended denial. We recommended denial at the Zoning Commission as well. And we based ours on the land use plan calling for downtown development, that the growth management plan or the 2030 plan says that land uses by nature, of these types by nature, pose a higher risk of surface and groundwater contamination, should be located in areas less accessible to such contamination. And those uses might include, for example, junkyards, landfills, chemical storage, etc. Storage of hazardous materials be located at the point closest to the river on the site. Another point of the growth management plan, encourage preserving the visual quality of the river corridor. And then fifth, that this is the same request that was denied by council unanimously back in 2012. Are there any questions of staff before you open your public hearing?
Mr. Harmon, tell me about what is the commission saying about buffers around the back of the area, not just King Street area?
Yeah, the buffer that I mentioned a moment ago is actually the buffer here, which would be putting in a berm along King Street to keep the residents across the road from being able to see into the junkyard or salvage yard. What you also have, what you may be referring to is, there's a kind of de facto buffer along the river, since our ordinance, the UDO, does not allow for salvage yards to extend into the 100-year floodplain. And so because of that, basically you've got this area, and I hope y'all can see it on your monitors okay. There's kind of a darker line that runs right through here, and that would be the 100-year floodplain.
Right. How about along Race Path and Locust and?
Yeah, along Race Path and Locust, there's actually kind of a draw that comes through here. So there's kind of a creek that runs through this area and then comes all the way down and goes to the river. So there's, because this area here is also zoned industrial currently, there's no requirement through this area for an additional type of buffer.
That could be made a condition, though, is that correct?
It could, and remember this is a special use permit, so the applicant does not have to agree to the conditions. Council can impose conditions on them.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions of staff? Mr. Colvin?
Mr. Harmon, I think the mayor hit one of my questions, which was the buffers in those neighborhood areas. Now, based on the map, and it's a very old map, it shows a difference in elevation from the area just outside the 100-year floodplain going toward the river, so that area is actually higher than the river?
The area, everything is higher than the river.
Okay, so all that topo shows that. So
Yeah.
I heard you say this was zoned for heavy industrial, so
It is.
it's surrounded by other properties that were of like usage, other heavy industrial? Can you give me?
Well, the property here, which is actually to the south, is currently used industrially. There are a few properties right in this area that are zoned industrial. They're not used that way at the moment. There are some other industrial properties on the other side of King Street, to the west and north of this as well. But then you have residential here on the west side and residential through this area as well.
Are you aware of any of those concerns that have been voiced by any of these heavy industrial companies that are already in this area? Additional traffic, environmental impacts, that kind of thing?
Yeah, when we've had the public hearing for zoning commission and the one a few years ago when this came up before, there were concerns about the traffic that's already there and how this would just compound that issue.
This is about the same issue that was brought up before?
It is.
Same applicant?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wright?
Just a couple questions. In the back of the drawing here, you said something about a walking trail that is going to be coming through that area?
That would be here along the river.
Along the river, so it's
yeah.
going to be down,
It would be here in that floodplain area that they can't build in anyway.
right?
That's where the
It's going to be
Cape Fear
closer
River
to the
Trail.
water?
Yeah,
Um,
because it'll be part of the Cape Fear River Trail.
Okay, gotcha. What is the footage between that that heavy line to the river?
Well,
The feet, you know?
it varies greatly.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Okay.
So, I mean, you've got, down in this corner, only maybe 100 or so feet up to, maybe 500-600, maybe more feet. A lot of it is, it's a little deceptive too on this map because a lot of that distance is vertical as well. The property we're talking about, especially the part where they're looking to use, is quite a bit higher than the river.
So you wouldn't be able to see the actual facility from the river trail walk
It's
because
hard
of the
to-
elevation.
Yeah, it's hard to say that you wouldn't be able to see it. I think visibility would be kind of limited, but once the river trail goes in, that's going to clear some of those trees as well, so the visibility will be better, and it'll be one of those situations where the city's spending money to put in a nature trail, and on one side of the nature trail, you're basically looking at a salvage yard, and the other side, you've got the river.
Okay, so it's zone heavy industrial already, and the commission voted 4-0
They did.
to approve it.
They did.
Our commission. Okay, thank you.
Mr. McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Harmon, just a note to you and to the staff as a way of making sure that we respect people that come before us, submitting applications and that sort. You referred to this as a junkyard, and I've read through all of this to see if in their application they referred to themselves as that way. The whole time you were talking, I was looking. They referred to themselves as a recycling center, I believe, and this is just to you.
Well,
listen to me now. If I come in and tell you that my name is Chalmers, don't call me Harmon. Call me Chalmers, just out of respect. In other words, we're trying to do customer satisfaction, and I think they are a customer of the city. And I'm, whether I like it or dislike it.
Well,
in the old days, we did call them junkyards, and in fact, I used one quite a bit. I had old cars. But then there's a new name. I mean, it's just like, we had names for people that had disabilities back in the day, but we don't use those. I'm just saying, be respectful to the applicant. That's all I'm saying.
And we were. Because
Your language wasn't.
No, actually, our language was. We went by the definition in the city's ordinance as to what a junkyard salvage yard is, and this operation meets the definition of that. And so, whether they call it a recycling center, whether they call it, they can come up with any kind of name, it meets our definition of a junk or salvage yard. And so that's what it has to come. That's what it's coming to you tonight as a special use request to approve a junk or salvage yard. We do not have a recycling center that meets the definition of what they're doing in our ordinance.
You're a smart man, Mr. Harmon.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon. This may be more of a question for the applicant, but I didn't see it in the plans. Were there any studies or anything, analysis or anything different that was presented this time versus when we saw this application prior? I don't know if there was any studies or anything that was brought to you all with any additional information on the project.
Again, I think it's, as you see, it's basically the exact same information that we had before. Not really anything of any significant difference. About the only thing when this first came through zoning commission, there was not a berm down here along the river. That was one of the things that they added last time in between zoning commission and city council. But other than that, it's still the same basic plan that was submitted before.
Councilmember Crisp.
Mr. Harmon, you mentioned the Cape Fear River Trail, and you just showed the length of a berm. Will the rear of this business be exposed to the river trail?
The back portion would be the most exposed area because, as you can see, that's the area where it's the thinnest.
Now, looking at the length of that proposed river trail, how will people ingress and egress onto the walk trail, off the walk trail?
I don't have that in front of us right now, but that actually would come from down the river, not actually from their property or anything. You would, I think what the plans are at this point is more toward the Person Street Bridge, kind of that area being an inlet to the trail. You'd come down to the trail from somewhere in that area.
Can
and
we build berms in the floodplain?
Well, that berm is actually, that's outside of the floodplain. The dark line, if I can get my mouse to, there we go. The dark line right here is the floodplain, so it's just outside the 100-year floodplain.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. Mr. Moan?
My issue's already been addressed, my question.
Mr. McDougal?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note that Point Place, which is a public housing project,
Yes,
that's right in the middle of the 100-year floodplain.
it
Is
is.
that correct?
It is. And we allow residential development in the floodplain. We'd allow all development in the floodplain, except for junkyards. We don't allow the junk vehicles there. When you say,
Smart man, Mr. Harmon.
when you say in the floodplain, though, while it is technically built in the floodplain, they have to be built at least 2 feet, the finished floor elevation, above whatever that 100-year flood line is. So while they're technically built in the floodplain, they're actually built above what that flood line is.
I've been in there with it flooded. Bless you, my friend.
Well, the 100-year flood plain is not a catch-all, be-all.
Thank you, Mr. Colvin.
Mr. Harmon, just as I was reading through the application here, it said that some of the proposed neighbors that are already operating in this area would include RMR Scrap and Recycling, Union Corrugating, Fayetteville Recycling, Napa Hub Store, BP Gas Station, C&C Dickinson, Gulf Oil Company, PWC Storage, Atlantic Transatlantic Loading, and Regional Materials and Recovery and Railhead. So, I mean, it appears that this...
Well, it depends. Depends on what you define as in that area.
Right.
Because
Okay.
some of those, don't impact the traffic pattern that would be on South King Street. Some of them do. Some of them are these industrial building businesses to the south of this, but a good many of those as well are to the north and along either Eastern Boulevard or another street or two over.
Okay, and finally, also notice that the current use of this property that we're considering is being used for illegal dumping, isn't it? Is that impactful to the river?
Well, we do our best to enforce the illegal dumping. It's still,
So would
it's
a
the same
structured
with
business be a
anywhere.
little more controllable than illegal dumping site?
It's hard to say. You're looking at quantity as well. 1,300 cars. I doubt that there's dumping of that magnitude that's being made there right now.
You don't know what it is, right?
Well, I mean, we have pictures. Our code enforcement has to go out there quite a bit, to look at it. But it's not as, as widespread as 1,300 vehicles.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Councilmember Wright.
I pass. My question has been answered.
Councilmember Jensen.
I just have a question, going back off what Councilmember Colvin said, that it is, people are illegally dumping there. Who's paying for that to be cleaned up when it gets reported?
Yeah, currently, just like any other site in the city, it's the property owner's responsibility.
Okay, so it's illegally dumping, and I'm understanding it's quite a bit that's being dumped there. So if the owner, they just keep doing it and keep doing it, he's just paying to haul it off and haul it off. And there's no telling what's in there. It could be oils, it could be anything, and I'm sure that he's just paying somebody to put it in the back of their truck and take it to another, probably, a legal dump site.
Right, he's taking it to, the junk, to the dump, basically.
Do we have any idea of how many times he's been cited for that?
I don't have that with me tonight. I apologize.
Okay, council, let's get on with the public hearing. Madam Clerk.
Mayor, our first speaker is Mr. John Bantasolas. Okay. Our second speaker is Mr. Michael Roberts.
Welcome, Mr. Roberts.
Michael Roberts, 5693 Dobson Drive. I don't know if we still need to give that. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for your time. I won't take much time at all. I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew I was a resource if you had questions about the current property situation. I know you just asked about the number of times that we've been cited for having to take illegally dumped material away. Just a rough guess, probably several dozen. Over the last several years, we've owned the property since 1999 and have had to do that quite a bit at our own cost. Unless there's any other questions, I will defer my time to Mr. Charlton. Yes. Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Miss Sharon Hartman.
I defer my time also.
Okay. Our next speaker is Jennifer Rivers. Mr. Mike Noble.
I don't have anything else to add from Mr. Roberts. I also defer my time.
Okay. Mr. Jonathan Charleston.
I'm going to take my time. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to.
Oh. Sir, bring that to the clerk, please. Bring those to the clerk.
That's okay. That's okay. Is it 2 sets? I think I better let you go around and give it out. If you just start this way, but give me a copy here. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, if the applicant doesn't need the dais computer, we'd like to power it down to try
Right.
to fix a technical problem.
We are having technical issues with the computer. If any of the speakers will need the computer for PowerPoint or anything else, please raise your hand. Let me see. Oh. Okay. What is your name, sir? Mr. Thompson, we'll call you next. Is that okay, Madam Clerk?
Well, Mr. Thompson is on the next list for the opponents.
Oh, okay, we won't call you next. Mr. Manager?
I'll power it down, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we just got a fast reboot. It'll be back up. Hope it'll be back up. Maybe I should have said. Mr. Charleston.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Jonathan Charleston. I'm an attorney with the Charleston Group located at 201 Hay Street, Fayetteville, North Carolina. Tonight I'm here on behalf of Advanced Internet Technologies, better known as AIT, headquartered just across the street in front of City Hall. AIT is the owner of the subject property. I'm also representing the group that intends to purchase the subject property for purposes of developing Sand Hills Pick and Pull, a recycling facility. This company will engage in end-of-life automobile recycling. What I'd like to do before I get into my presentation is point to a couple of things. You've been handed out some materials. I'd like to start, first of all, with this document, and I'm going to move around a little bit. This is a rendering of the actual facility. This is what it's going to look like. All right. This is
retail facility that folks will come in and buy the parts from. Okay? This is a picture of the street level of the site. The berm that Mr. Harmon spoke about is right here. And we'll have trees in front of that. As you can see from the elevation, the berm will be higher than even the vehicles in the parking lot on the facility. All right? That again is on, the last page. All right. Then, of course, what we have here is the actual facility at the end, at the very end of the lot, and I'll point out to where it is. This is where all of the state-of-the-art technology will be used to drain the fluids from the vehicle, from each vehicle that comes there. And the reason why it's so important for the company to recapture all of the fluids is because they sell the fluids to recyclers, which is reused throughout the country. So there is absolutely no advantage to this company to lose fluids anywhere on the ground. It's every advantage, and it's part of their return on investment to capture every drop of the fluids, whether it's radiator fluid, transmission fluid, gasoline, you name it. They capture it there, and then the crushing of the vehicles will occur back there as well. Finally, I wanted to point out to you, look at the site in terms of what it'll look like with the cars on the lot. That'll be page 3. There's a couple things going on here. This right here will be the actual retail facility. This is King Street. This is the retail facility. What you have right here is the driveway where the trucks will come in off the street, come all the way down here, then all the way down to the very back of the lot. Right here is where the draining of the fluids will occur and the actual crushing of the vehicles. If you'll notice, there is a solid fence and a berm around the entire facility, all the way around the entire facility. What's important, because there's been a lot of questions about the river trail, the planning staff has proposed, and the property owner and the developer has agreed to an easement along the river for the development of the river trail. But I want to point out to you, it's been said several times this evening that the last city council, I believe it was only 3 of you guys that were on that council last time. The last city council voted 10-0 to deny the request. But it also, at the recommendation, I think it's Councilman Davey made the motion, at the request of Councilman Davey, the staff was supposed to go back and do some sort of study about the use of the river trail and use of the river. I'm told by staff that was brought back to the city council, and a budget request was made for that, and it was denied by the city council. So whatever issues the city council had in terms of this area right here, in terms of studying it, the last city council didn't even fund it. And that request has not come back. I don't believe it's come back to this city council at all, according to staff. All right. So if you look here, the solid wall comes all the way around the site. Now, right here, again, Councilman, this is Point Place, and this is significant for a later part of my discussion. But this is a public housing facility. One of the problems that was developed in this city a long time ago, I don't quite know how it happened, but oftentimes
Mr. Mayor and Mr. Charleston, I do apologize. For recording purposes, can you go to the mic and move your slides on the other side? Yes, sir.
It's messed up my foot.
I do apologize. I do apologize.
No problem.
But I mean, you can take your slides on the other side.
Oh, no, I got them. I got them right here.
Okay.
Oh, no, well, does it? Can I use this? I always, test. All right, I always wanted to have a mic. No, I haven't. Thank you, Karen. You started something. one of the problems that has existed in the city historically, and you all are doing a great job to address this now, but in many years in the past, you'd find public housing and other types of facilities next to industrial areas. Now, who gets blamed for that? Does the property owner get burdened because whether it was the city or the county allowed that kind of development, heavy industrial next to residential, or residential encroaching upon heavy industrial? This council in April of last year had a similar situation over on North Street with Fayetteville Block. About 15 years ago, I represented Fayetteville Block in a similar situation where they had heavy industrial. You also had a housing authority site and other residential uses down North Street. But guess what? The city council, I think, was wise back in April and approved the use, because the question comes down to balancing, the rights of the property owners. One of the landmark sayings in the United States of America is that a property owner has the right to develop its property to the highest and best use. These are existing uses, and I think that's important to point out. One of the things I also handed up to you guys, I wanted you to look at, council, is this document. If you could take a minute and take a look at that. I kind of want to walk you through what we have there, because I think what the staff presented really doesn't give a real idea of what's happening down there. The first pictures you have here is, on page 1, is the intersection of Chestnut and Broad Street. Why is that important? Because when this matter was considered by City Council the last time, one of the issues that came up was the impact on school children. Well, one of the things that I did, I went and met with the director of transportation for the Cumberland County school system. And guess what? He tells me there are no children down there. The closest bus stop for the Cumberland County school system is at the corner of Chestnut and Broad Street, where the Point Place is located. And there are 22 children that catch the buses at the corner of Chestnut and Broad Street. The buses do not come down King Street. You know why they don't come down King Street? King Street is a dead end, and there's no way to turn around. This is not Jonathan Charleston telling you this. This is the executive director of transportation for the Cumberland County school system that says they do not have any buses coming down King Street. And we've gotten very scientific, folks, in the way the school system tracks information. There are also no school-aged children that live on King Street at all. The second page shows the intersection of King and Bell Street and the rear of the Napa Auto Parts building. That's right across the street from the subject site. That's on pages 2 and 3 and 4. At the bottom of page 4 is Gulf Oil Corporation. It sits at the end of South King Street. This is the industrial use at the highest level, heavy industrial use, at the end of South King Street. That picture on page, images 8, 9, 10, number 10 is the entranceway to the Gulf Oil Corporation site. All right? Image number 11 is at the end of South King Street. Image number 12 and image 13 is at the image as the Gulf Oil Corporation at the end of South King Street. Images 14 through 23 are images of Union Corrugating Plant, which is right next to the Gulf Oil site. Now let's take a look at that. These are all heavy industrial. If you look through it, you'll see even 18-wheeler trucks that come into Union Corrugating. You know, they do metal building fabrication at that company. If you come over to image 24 through 32 is Regional Material Recovery, Inc. on South King Street. Now, why is this one important? because they recycle scrap metal, automobiles, batteries, and other things. So if you take a look at the images on 24 through 32, it shows you the scrap metal on the site. I'm kind of proud of these pictures because I took them myself. If you turn forward, images 32 through 37, Council, this is right next to the Regional Material Recovery, Inc. facility. This is the AT&T facilities. And if you notice, there's a dirt road that goes down to the facility, Regional Material Recovery Facility, right next to AT&T. That's their location. This is all on South King Street. All right. If you turn over to the images on 38, image 38 through 42, can't leave the city of Fayetteville out of this, because the city of Fayetteville has an industrial site down there. If you take a look at it, it's the city of Fayetteville / PWC utility pole storage site on South King Street. And finally, images 43 through 45 is Mid-Atlantic Transloading Facility on South King Street, which is directly next to the subject site. One of the things that is important to point out, if approved tonight, the company that intends to develop this business will employ 30 or more people in a technologically advanced facility. This will be a brand new facility. The technology will be the new technology that goes along with recycling. Although it's zoned and will be considered a heavy industrial facility, this is a very smart and clean operation. Again, the goal is to employ as many people as possible that live in close proximity to the site. Why is this important, Council? It is a fact that one of the greatest impediments to work for some of the citizens in Fayetteville is transportation. Therefore, the developers of this site have agreed to seek to employ residents of the neighborhood around the site. And we have spoken directly to the Fayetteville Metropolitan Housing Authority Executive Director regarding hiring the residents. This is important because I think, Councilman McDougal, you pointed out that Point Place is right at the back of the property. Well, Point Place is probably less than a quarter of a mile walk along the streets to the site. So we believe that for folks that live in that area, some of whom might desire and could benefit from employment with benefits, jobs with benefits, would take advantage of this opportunity. A few points I would like to make. Again, I've said before, the subject property is mainly surrounded by industrial uses. 2, the City of Fayetteville's 2030 Growth Management Plan states a few things that I think is worth mentioning here. 1, Policy 1.1 states, and I quote, "The expansion of existing businesses and the startup of new businesses shall be a critical component of the area's economic development effort." Again, this is the city's 2030 Growth Management Plan. Policy 1.2 says that the rehabilitation and reuse of currently unused sites and infrastructure shall be encouraged. Policy 1.3 of the 2030 Growth Management Plan states that local government shall be active participants, facilitators, and partners in the creation of business and industrial development opportunities. Policy 1.8 of the 2030 Growth Plan states that new and expanding businesses and industries shall be encouraged. Policy 1.12 of the 2030 Growth Management Plan says that appropriate opportunity sites for manufacturing and new technology enterprises shall be identified and protected through appropriate zoning. Most recently, the city council indicated its support for new industry when it offered economic development incentives to a poultry processing facility with hopes of creating 1,000 new jobs. The city council's vote was substantially in favor of the incentives. Unfortunately, those jobs did not come to Fayetteville for reasons we all know too well. Like in the case before you tonight, the opposition has expressed concerns about the environment, traffic, and impact on the neighborhoods. Instead of succumbing to the not in my backyard opposition, just like we see in affordable housing developments, this council voted to support the creation of jobs with the economic incentive package offered to the poultry processing plant recently. Let me speak for just a minute about automotive recycling. And Councilman Chris, you'll be familiar with this. You've been in the automobile industry for a long time. The automobile recycling industry plays a crucial role in the efficient, environmentally responsible recycling of end-of-life vehicles. Automotive recycling businesses employ over 140,000 people throughout the United States. The primary goals of the industry are to harvest automobile components for reuse and to recycle the remaining valuable materials into commodities that can be used in the manufacture of new basic materials such as steel, aluminum, plastic, copper, and brass. Auto recyclers remove parts such as engines, transmissions, doors, and bumpers for reuse in other vehicles and other parts that can also be remanufactured into other uses. One of the things that I wanted to point out to you, I handed you what's been labeled Vehicle Recycling 101. And this is the industry term, vehicle recycling. That's what it is. It shows you all the things that get reused. And this is generated by the Automotive Recycling Association of America. It shows you that the gas is drained for reuse. The gas tank can be removed and resold. Seats are removed and resold. Stereos are removed and resold. The steering wheel, the steel, the doors. The sheet metal will be removed and resold. In addition, on page 2, it shows you that the starters and alternators are removed and resold. The batteries are resold and recycled. The windshield washers, the windshields, the coolant, engine and transmissions, all dismantled. Tires are taken away and reused for other things. Through the recycling process, these end-of-life vehicles are recycled into new vehicles, and parts of old vehicles are recycled into new consumer products. The whole idea is to have environmental sustainability. Everybody's doing it. PwC's doing it. The city's doing it. I will say that statistics show that about 108 million gallons of gasoline and diesel fuel are recycled annually. 24 million gallons of motor oil are recycled. 8 million gallons of engine coolant are recycled. 4.5 million gallons of windshield washer fluid. And 96% of all lead batteries, all are recycled. In fact, I like to characterize this more or less as a super Jiffy Lube kind of operation. You guys have seen Jiffy Lubes all over the place. They're safe. They don't impact the environment. They drain all the fluids, and they recycle everything. That's what they do. Mark Vanover is going to talk to you a little bit more about the environmental impact of this. Many of you may be aware that on May 29th of 2012, this same case came before City Council for consideration. As stated by Mr. Harmon, the current application is basically the same as the May 2012 application. Nothing changed. According to the City Council's minutes from that meeting, Mr. Harmon reported to City Council that the Zoning Commission and staff, this is important to point out, the Zoning Commission and the staff recommended approval upon a finding that all of the following standards were met. 1, planning staff said the special use complies with all applicable standards in section 30-4C. Number 2, the planning staff said that the special use is compatible with the character of the surrounding land and the uses permitted in the zoning district. 3, the planning staff said that the special use avoids significant adverse impact on surrounding lands regarding service delivery. 4, the planning staff said that the special use is configured to minimize adverse effects, including visual impacts on the proposed use on adjacent land. 5, the planning staff said that the special use avoids significant deterioration of water and air resources, wildlife habitat, scenic resources, and other natural resources. 6, the planning staff said that the special use maintains safe ingress and egress into the site and safe road conditions around the site. 7, the planning staff said that the special use allows for the protection of property values and the ability of neighboring lands to develop the uses permitted in the zoning district. 8, the planning staff said that the special use complies with all other relevant city, state, and federal laws and regulations. That's what the planning staff said, and that's why the planning staff recommended approval in 2012. When the opposition presented itself, the opposition, as Mr. Harmon indicated, centered around traffic in the residential neighborhood. It talked about protection of the neighborhood in the river, talked about traffic and safety issues for neighborhood children. We addressed that by reaching out to the Cumberland County School System, who told us that there are no children on King Street. I think one gentleman, Mr. Jose Cardona, I think stated that there have been findings of a lot of dead bodies in the river lately. I mean, those were the kinds of concerns. Now, I don't intend, and nor do I minimize folks' concerns that live in the area, because their concerns are legitimate concerns. They are property owners too. But at the end of the day, Advanced Internet Technologies is a property owner in that area too. And it should be able to develop its property to its highest and best use, just like folks that have residential properties in that area as well. I mean, they have 24 acres of land in that area, and they're among a family of other industrial uses. Those heavy industrial uses have been there, Mr. Chris, for years. And that land sits there with all kinds of dumping going on there. In fact, in the package that I handed you, one of the packages, I think there may have been a letter from the city citing AIT and ordering that they go clean up the mess where folks have come and dumped on that site. At the end of the day, when this matter came before City Council, as I mentioned before, the motion was made to deny the request and also to take a look at research information for a possible overlay in the area. As I mentioned before, Councilmember Davey made the motion. It was supported. It was a 10-0 vote. But as part of her motion, it was an instruction for staff to go back and research information for a possible overlay in the area. In my discussions with Mr. Harmon, he's indicated that the staff did go back and take a look at it. They proposed a budget for taking care of it, and that budget item was not funded, and so therefore the research for a possible overlay in the area was not done. It's important to point out at this point that, as I mentioned before, that there were a number of folks that signed up in opposition last time, I believe, and there was a petition, I believe, of 300 plus names that was submitted to council. In our own research of that, we believe that, probably only one, maybe two folks that signed that petition even lived in the area. Interestingly, while the Zoning Commission in March unanimously recommended approval of this request, the planning staff has now recommended denial upon the following reasons. In fact, City Council, this is a 180-degree turn from what was recommended by the City Council in May of 2012. And as Mr. Harmon indicated, there's been absolutely no change in the application. The conditions haven't changed. I mean, there's nothing that has changed in the area. The only thing that has changed is planning staff's recommendations. let me tell you what they said this time. One, that land use plan calls for downtown development in this area. That the growth management plan says that land uses that by nature pose a higher risk of surface and groundwater contamination shall be located in areas less susceptible to such contamination. That the storage of hazardous materials will be located at a point closer to the river of the site. That the growth management plan encourages preserving the visual quality of the river corridor, and that the same request was denied by City Council in May of 2012. But they go on to say that no significant changes have occurred to the application. That's in your package. I believe the biggest issue that affected planning staff was that City Council in May of 2012 voted 10-0 to deny the request. I believe that was the biggest issue. So, as you know, a special use permit shall be approved only upon a finding that all of the following standards have been met. I won't go through those. You know what they are. They're in your package. I will say this, that with respect to the fact that the special use has to be compatible with the character of the surrounding lands, we've indicated visually, documentary evidence, that this proposed use is compatible with the surrounding uses. In fact, I think it enhances the area. 3, that the special use avoids any significant adverse impact on the surrounding land. We believe that this will not have any adverse impact.
Mr. Charleston, haven't you already read these? They're sounding familiar, sir.
No. I'll just say this, that we believe that all of the standards have been met with respect to that. And at this point, what I'll do is just simply point out that, again, additional land has been provided as a buffer, okay, and along the Cape Fear River, and that the developer agrees to the proposed restriction by the developer. And at this point, I'd like to ask Mark Vanover to come forward. He's the actual developer of the site. He'll talk a little bit briefly about the process and the environmental stuff.
Is he signed up to speak?
He is.
Yes, he is, but he's not the next speaker.
Okay. Sir, if you'll take a seat, we'll call the next speaker. You'll be up shortly.
Our next speaker is Mr. Bikash Ray. Okay. Our next speaker is Mr. Mark Vanover.
Wasn't that long, was it?
Good evening. My name is Mark Vanover, 1021 Ringlet Court, Winnebago, North Carolina. I'm the managing partner of the Pick and Pull Group, and just in follow-up to some of the things that Mr. Charlton had laid out for you guys, I want to take a more macro or micro approach and kind of educate you on the process of what we do. Our business is essentially 3 businesses in one. We have a vehicle purchasing function, we have a retail function, and we have a procurement function. I think for the best use of our time and to answer all the questions that have been brought up tonight, it's most beneficial to speak about the procurement function of our business, which includes the processing, fluid management, and disassemblement of our vehicles. Basically, the way it works and how our business operates is we purchase vehicles, obviously. Purchase vehicles from tow companies, insurance companies, city impound yards, repair shops, and individuals. And when the vehicle comes in, that's when the process starts. We check the vehicle. When a vehicle comes in, we check it in by VIN number. We run that VIN number through a stolen car database, a federal and state stolen car database. We inspect the vehicle at that time. So our employees are trained to inspect the vehicle when it comes in. Obviously, a lot of these vehicles have been in car accidents. A lot of these vehicles have been involved in flooding, have been involved with mechanical failures. So there's a good chance that there are things that need to be addressed. So when we check the car in, we're checking for those things. We're checking for any type of fluid leaks, broken batteries, things of that nature. When the vehicle comes in, we check it in, we take it to the back. That's when the processing begins. And when I say processing, what I'm talking about is fluid management, battery removal, mercury switch removal, things of that nature. So the way that works for us is the vehicle comes into the facility, it's checked in, we pop all the hoods, pop the trunks, remove the mercury switches from the vehicles. Now those mercury switches are sent off to the state. It's a state-run mercury switch recycling program. It's called the ELVS program. It's funded, it's federally funded, but it's harbored by the state. We remove the batteries. The batteries are removed from the vehicle, taken into our warehouse. They are palletized and shrink wrapped for delivery. From that point on, we handle the top end fluids on the vehicle. So your top end fluids are going to be your power steering fluid, your brake fluid, all the fluids you would find on the top end of the car. And how we do that and how we remove that is through a vacuum system. It's basically an EPA certified fluid vac system that we use. We go in, we remove the fluids. We also remove all the Freon gas out of the vehicle using, again, an EPA certified Freon extraction machine. From that point, we take and put the vehicle on what's called an Enviro rack. This is, again, it's an EPA certified vehicle processing rack. It's all gravity fed. The rack itself uses no electricity. It uses there's no electric motors, there's no gas motors. It's all gravity fed and pneumatic. So you have no chance of spark or fire or anything else since you are dealing with gasoline. We drain all the fluids from the vehicle at that point, plug all the holes back up in the vehicles, inspect it, and then at that point the vehicle is taken out and put into the retail yard. That's where our retail function comes in. The retail function of our business, that is what you see on the depiction there, what looks like a giant parking lot. It's basically set up on a grid system. Every point on the system is GPS. So we have perfectly straight rows. You can look from one end of the yard and see the other end of the yard. It's a very organized, clean establishment. The vehicles are placed onto wheel stands in those rows for the removal of parts. So once it's out in the retail yard, our retail customers are able to come in, they sign in, they check in with us, they go out to the yard, they remove their parts, okay? They're encouraged to use catch pans and different tools that we have available to them to successfully pull parts and do it environmentally friendly. They remove the parts, bring them up, we ring them out on a point of sale system like you would find at any Napa or AutoZone or any other type of automotive related business. Customer leaves with a part. Once the vehicles have been out in our retail yard for 45 to 60 days, those vehicles are then pulled out of the yard, taken to the back where we disassemble the vehicles on a concrete pad. Again, this is all done undercover in a EPA certified facility. In terms of disassembling the vehicles, we pull the engines, we pull the transmissions, we pull all the wire harness out of the vehicles. Anything valuable we take out of the vehicle, it's 100% recyclable. Every part on a car, every component on a car is 100% recyclable, whether it be the glass, the carpeting, the seats, the plastics, the irony aluminum, the copper, whatever it may be, it's 100% recyclable. We recycle 100% of every vehicle that comes into our facility. Okay, so everything that enters our facility is recycled. In terms of how we control our fluids, how we are able to make sure that there's no residual fluids that seep out, that we're capturing everything, is we are processing and dismantling undercover on a concrete pad that is set up with an oil water separator. The entire facility is curbed. So basically what the oil water separator does is any residual fluids that escape from the vehicle during processing or dismemberment will go into the oil water separator. Those materials are separated, or that the heavy petroleums are separated, and then those tanks are serviced. They come and pump those tanks and pump out the residual fluids. Everything that we take out of a vehicle, all the fluids, 100% of it is sold. So as Mr. Charleston said, it's to our benefit to operate our business properly. It's to our financial benefit to operate that business properly. It's really a pretty broad overview of what we do. Be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
We'll get to that after the public hearing. Thank you, sir.
Very good. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Sheldon Briggs. Okay, thank you. Now, the next speakers are speaking in opposition. The first speaker is Jose Ray.
Mr. Gray.
Good evening, council. I'm Jose I.M. Ray, Colonel retired United States Army. I live at 703 Cooler Circle off of Bragg Boulevard, and also maintain a residence for my 87-year-old mother on 332 B Street, closely located within a block or two of King Street and the Cape Fear River, one of our treasures. Born and raised here, and I will have lived here 68 years in November. I'm here to voice my opposition and representing the neighbors and those of the area down in what we call Lower Fayetteville, but we're going to change that. Along the King Street area and the banks of the Cape Fear River. I'm here to voice opposition against locating an auto salvage operation along the banks of the Cape Fear River in the area and that part of Old Fayetteville. Many neighbors here tonight, those that live in this area, they own homes and go back many, many years with their families. Bringing this type of operation in, as mentioned earlier, and in previous encounters with this particular issue, traffic, noise, and air quality, along with many others. Talking about the Cape Fear River Basin, when we begin to think about natural disasters, hurricanes, pollution, chemical elements in the water, and to give you an idea, we can ask Duke Energy right now, what's going on with this ash dump in the Hall River and many of the tributaries feeding eventually into the Cape Fear River, and we're going to experience some of that, if not already. What about the recent article about the chemical found in our drinking water that I've been drinking for 67 years plus? And we have no way to remove it. Not that it'll be too expensive, we do not know how to remove it, and we can't find it. We don't know where it's at. We have our sister cities up in Wake County, Cary, and the area being developed quite extensively up there, that's planning to take millions of gallons of water that we will depend on down here. Now talk about a natural disaster, think about a drought, what we faced here. And then with lower water levels, the pollution level that we would have to maintain here, and then our neighbors down the river that we're expected to take care of. The positives in this area that are forthcoming in the development of the Lower Fayetteville community, we have two gateways coming into the city. Along Person Street from Highway 24 to Cape Fear River Bridge, and along Grove Street. Those will be main arteries into downtown Fayetteville, the Fayetteville area, Fort Bragg. We have the Hope Project and Old Wilmington Road. That seems to be a successful operation. Future revitalization recently, we're talking about Groveview Terrace, revitalizing that area down there to bring our community back alive. Habitat for Humanity is moving into the B Street area for a B Street community project, probably for the next 8 or 10 years. And we'll plan then, with the success we know we're going to have, to develop the surrounding areas, which will move in toward the Cape Fear River, our jewel down there for Fayetteville. We have a sacred trust in this room tonight with the people of Fayetteville, the people in this auditorium, everyone, both for and against the position on this project. Between the Fayetteville community as a whole, our children, our grandchildren, and the many generations to come beyond our lifetime, to preserve the integrity and life of our Cape Fear River. It is the future and the future of this great city. We are sitting on a gold mine that other cities throughout the United States and the world would give their right arm to have what we have down here, only a few blocks away from this city. We need to preserve that, ladies and gentlemen, and I ask you to vote no on this particular project. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Miss Pam Carter.
Welcome, Ms. Carter.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council folks. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight on this very important issue. I'm no lawyer, but before I read I just jotted down some things I wanted to say. It'll be very quick. I did notice the sign behind you, Mayor. It's, the city of Fayetteville, and it has Campbellton and Cross Creek on either side, and how important that is, because that's where Fayetteville came from, the two areas, and that's the area we're talking about, Campbellton. They're wanting to put a junkyard, and I am going to use that word because let's call it what it is. And that was on the agenda, and so that's the word I'm using, junkyard. They want to put a junkyard in what was Campbellton. My name is Pam Carter. I live at 505 Link Street in the lower downtown community. I'm the chair of the Crime Watch group that includes the King Street community and lower downtown. I've lived in this area all my life, along with 7 generations of my family. We love our neighborhood, we love downtown, and we love the Cape Fear River, and they all tie in together. One of the reasons that I'm against the proposed junkyard is due to the potential negative environmental effects to the river and surrounding area and wildlife. Also, as mentioned before, the B Street community is working closely with Habitat for Humanity and others in a revitalization project, and I don't believe that this junkyard fits in with the vision of beautification that we have for this area. The river is a gift, an asset. It's historical for Fayetteville, and it should be treasured, honored, appreciated, and made beautiful and used for all of the public to enjoy. And this decision tonight is going to affect all of Fayetteville. And that's why I know there was more than just 1 or 2 people that lived in the area that signed the petition, but it doesn't matter. They were Fayetteville residents, and this affects all of Fayetteville for generations to come. Just because we've made some prior choices in the past in placing certain businesses in close proximity to the river, as the lawyer stated, it doesn't mean that we should continue to do it. Please, it's extremely important that we get this right tonight. Let's all take a stand for our Cape Fear River, and I respectfully ask that you vote no to this proposal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Miss Rebecca Arrington.
Welcome.
My name is Rebecca Arrington. My address is 4421 Atlantic Avenue. I own properties at 308, 311, 314, and 316. All of these are properties that are in my family for generations. My family has been on King Street since 1865. We're not going anywhere. Everybody has spoken so eloquently tonight about all of the things that are important to us, the river. But there are a couple things I want to just state. First of all, Mr. Charleston talked about the no children on South King Street. There are children that attend school, some that go to private school, some that go to Walker Spivey, and Dee Dee Fullwood, who is on the back row, informs me that her husband walks her child down to that Broad Street and Chestnut Street intersection every day to catch the bus to go to Walker Spivey. So they do catch the bus, but they live on King Street. I've enclosed here some pictures. Some of those pictures to me are that are the most important are the ones of the one I'm standing in front of the Ratley home and looking across. That's what she's going to be looking at. She's going to be looking at this salvage yard that is going to be if it's approved, that's what she'd have to look at every day. She also works at the hospital. She's a nurse, has to sleep during the day, and this would be terrible for her. The Napa Auto Parts, I've included a letter from them. They're not real thrilled with all this. They have spent like $1 million recently converting the old Capitol Manufacturing Building to, it's really, really nice now. There are, the traffic issue on the street is very bad and already, and with the addition of this business, which if it's going to be successful, it's going to have a tremendous amount of traffic. The proximity to the Cape Fear River, the environmental impact, I've already sent all of you emails, things that I pulled off of the EPA site, so you can understand the hazards that it could cause to the groundwater. The proximity to Campbellton Landing, directly across from there. If any of you have ever been down to Campbellton Landing, there is a nice place you can go and have a theater. They have a theater about once or twice a year. And this is, sometimes they'll even do a boat ride, but this is directly across from there. When the public housing project was built, this area was a wonderful park, the area that we're talking about. It had a ball field, basketball courts, and so it has never had any, to my knowledge, and I'm 63, been down there all that time, never known of any industrial property to ever be there. It's always been a ball field that kids from all over the county and city came and played. There's something else I'd like for you to look at in those pictures, and that is the Gulf Oil Corporation, that the big tank that's down there that's all rusty. This was a decision probably made, yes, by somebody many years ago, and allowed Gulf to go down there and put it right on the river. And someday it's going to be a mess that somebody has to clean up because now it's abandoned. And how do we know that, 40 years from now, that won't be a situation that we'll have to clean up in this site that AIT projects to be a salvage yard? I'd like to also just state to you that Pastor Brown stated that life is about choices. And you have a really, really big choice to make that's going to impact people for all generations to come. And I hope that you will use your best judgment and help us to not have to deal with this in 40 years from now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Miss Nancy Tart.
Welcome, Ms. Tart.
My name is Nancy Tart. I'm on 508 South King Street in front of the park. And if you let them put that junkyard there and they start cutting the trees, the skeeters are bad now. You think they're not, then it's going to be worse than it is now. Because you won't be able to get out, you won't be able to open your doors or go out and get in your car to go and do anything and you'll be around the deers, the rabbits, snakes, foxes, all of that out of there. And I do know there's fire ants and all over there, 'cause we've seen them. And if y'all please agree to not to do this, 'cause it will be really bad. And if you want to do something good to it, fix it up where we have it where we can go over there and sit and enjoy it and have swings over there for the kids and a boardwalk down to the Cape Fear River and everything. And like the lawyer said a while ago, the recycling down there, taking cars they do not take them no more because I know that for a fact, and a couple other people that's here tonight knows that too. I don't know what happened by them not having them no more, but they have got it real nice down there. They're taking the soda cans and stuff like that and all, but it's really bad when you see a truck coming down the road and they don't have it tied down and the stuff falling off of it. It really is. And I've been expecting somebody to come up with a flat tire and all. But I'm hoping that y'all will agree to not to do this. If they want to put a junkyard, they can buy the property across the road where the motel burned down and all and everything. Then that way we don't have to worry about it. We don't have to look at it. And like Rebecca said, we got one neighbor, she works at the hospital. She has to sleep in the daytime and all that noise and all. She will not be able to get her rest and work at night and everything. So please do not agree to do this. I'm asking you and all, because it's really important. And all, even though we got a metal place down there, we got unit down there and all, but hey, they're not doing none of that stuff and all. But the Cape Fear River is our priority. This is our hometown. We have to protect it and all. But if you want to do something nice for the park, fix it up where we have swings and a ballpark, basketballs, and a boardwalk down to the river. I would love to see that and have picnic tables and all over there and everything, where you can go over there and sit and all and everything and enjoy it and all. 'Cause me and my sister was out one day a walking. There was 2 deers running across the road down there and everything. And they were just as pretty as they could be and all. So I'm asking you, please don't agree on this, because that is our priority down there, the Cape River and all, and the neighborhood. And like I said, if they cut them trees, the skeeter's gonna be bad, and plus the pollen's bad and all. And if anybody has allergies and all, they'll know what I'm talking about, because I have it bad when it gets really bad with the pollen and stuff. And the skeeter's getting bad, and you're slapping at them, trying to keep them from eating you up, you know. And you're outside trying to do something in your yard to keep the city off of you and everything. So I'm asking you, please, do not agree on this tonight. Agree no, please. Like I say, this is our hometown. We need to protect it and all. And we all been raised and brought up down there. So I'm hoping y'all will take this for consideration and not agree on this, because it will be bad on us.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next speaker is Mr. Martin Hendricks.
Welcome, Mr. Hendricks.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman, Council ladies. My name is Martin Hendricks. I served on the zoning commission when it come before us, and we voted no. And there are several reasons why we voted no. We've heard a lot of discussion tonight about the impact on the community. And the truth of the matter is, I heard a question which was very good, is why do you build a house on a floodplain? If you don't mind, who asked that question? You remember? Why do you build a home on a floodplain? Was that you, Mr. McDougal?
I can't talk to you.
Okay, I understand. I've been doing it while I was
Attorney looking at me right
Okay, there you go. She's also told me when I chaired the planning commission. But I will tell you this: you have to build a house to the point that it's above where the flood is going to come. They're going to have their cars. They take a wheel and they weld them together and they set a car on. They're 3 feet off the ground. We voted no for the impact. We studied it and we took our time. I don't know what happened to the last zoning commission. Have no idea. But I will say this: if you study the impact, I heard the gentleman say that they'll loan you tools and they'll loan you a catch pan. I ask you, why do you need a catch pan if the fluids are drained? Why do you need it? Think about that just a second. When I was on the Planning Commission, I chaired the Planning Commission, we had to rewrite a lot of the ordinance for the Big Bang. And one of the ordinance we dealt with was the impact of having a nightclub next to a school. And you know, if you think about it, why do you do that? And the reason why is for pollution. We don't want our children polluted by what's going to be in the community where they go to school. Well, if the Cape Fear River could speak right now, it'd say to you it's done a lot for us. And it needs for you folks to step up tonight and protect it. I heard a gentleman say it's a jewel. Folks, it absolutely is a jewel. One day we'll have the money as a community to be able to develop it. And we'll have people come from all over. Folks, I come here in 1969. I could not stay in this place. I was a soldier in the 82nd, and I was here during Vietnam. But right now, we're in the right direction. I ask you, please, please protect our community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Mike Thompson.
Thank you for this opportunity. I had a couple PowerPoint slides. I don't know if they'll show up very well. Okay, I'm not sure where. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'll probably need some help with this. Sorry.
Go ahead and start.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find them again for you.
Okay, appreciate it.
Oh,
Okay.
here they are, actually.
Okay, do they go up there? Is that how it works? Okay.
They'll switch it up in a minute.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mike Thompson. I live at 727 Three Wood Drive. I own property at 304 South King Street. Frankly, when this started in February, I was shocked that the applicants came back and proposed this after the unanimous decision of 2012, and nothing changed. I'll go back to that later. A lot of what's been presented is about theory. We have beautiful posters and pictures of what the facility should look like. Also, it's been pointed out that this is a mixed residential neighborhood. Industrial businesses are there. The residents have tried to be good partners and neighbors to the businesses. However, there's just some things that need to be pointed out. The picture that's up there right now, that is the current pick and pull location that they operate in Wilmington. I apologize for it being blurry. I'm not a photographer. But that is Highway 421, 4-lane highway with a center turn lane, 5 lanes. That is not a residential neighborhood, nor are there any homes around it that I could see when I visited. Okay, and that is reality. That is the current location on 421. I took those pictures myself the Saturday after Easter in April. Okay. You'll notice, and I'm not faulting the business that they have, is my position. I'm sure they do their best to recycle and reclaim. But by its very nature, things are going to happen. Things are going to get spilled. As the gentleman just said, you're going to need rags. Things hit the ground. And I'll just ask you to look at that picture, and you can see for yourself in front on the ground. This is the other side of the building. On the right, that is their retail location. That is what it looks like on the left. Wheelbarrow left out in front. And those are obviously the vehicles that are stored on the location and back. That is the reality. This is what you're putting on King Street if you vote for it. This is what it's going to be next to the Cape Fear River. And you can try to hide it, but how good can you really? And finally, I just kind of focus, and I don't claim to be an expert, but obviously there's a wet spot on the ground behind their fence. Okay? Go back to the first slide I showed, 421. That is King Street. That is where you're proposing to put, the applicant would like to put this business, I apologize. And obviously, it's not a 5-lane road. A couple things I'd like to point out. There's more than just one child on King Street, and yes, buses do go there. Someone needs to go back, and I don't question the integrity of what was presented here as far as their knowledge base, but the people who live on King Street will tell you a bus comes up Chestnut and drops off 2 children at 302 South King Street every day of the week, work day of the week. That is the reality, theory versus reality. Just like those pictures, just like these, theory, reality is what you saw in front of you. I'm not going to rehash all the reasons, but just in summary, in 2012, this was a bad idea. It was a bad idea for image reasons for Fayetteville. It was a bad idea for the river because there are hazardous chemicals on site. It was a bad idea for the residents opposed to it, who are many lifelong residents for many years. And we were concerned about traffic. And traffic's a little tricky. There are industrial businesses down there. But this location is going to store 1,300 vehicles on site. They have to be delivered, and they have to come out. And I don't remember their turnaround. I believe it was around 45 days. That's a lot of traffic. And in theory, they'd all come off of 95 and come down behind Knight's Inn. That's not what's going to happen. They're going to come up King Street where those buses go. And it's going to be all over the board. I won't even say it'll be majority of them, but it will increase traffic on that road. And there's at least 4 or 5 children. One of them's mother is here. I guess she was surprised. A couple other things I'd like to point out. Again, I was shocked that this came back to the council. And again, theory versus reality and job creation. When this property was originally purchased by AIT, I was proud. I was thinking, and what was in the Fayetteville Observer was that their administrative offices were going to go down there. Maybe a couple other small type businesses right around them. I'm sure they would not generate the type of traffic that we're talking about here. But the second piece I really couldn't understand is why would they come back when they lost 10-0? And it's not 3 current council members, it's 5 that were on here in 2012 that were part of that unanimous decision, if my count's right. Not 3, but 5. And a very aggressive application has been submitted for this special use permit. I don't believe they submitted it without, well, they've been very aggressive. I don't know who all they've contacted. I know we want fair play all the way around. But I would just ask anyone that has been contacted aggressively to please put everything to the side and do the right thing for the city. The river is a high image item for us. Carrie's taking water. Do we really want to conflict the 2030 growth use plan? Do we really want to send the message to Cary that we're going to put a junkyard on the river? And then tell them, by the way, do what we want to give us clean water. Again, I would like to ask the committee, the members, the council members, to vote against this application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, we do need to, if the previous speaker would come back up and confirm the address and the name of the business. Yes. For the record, I don't.
If I didn't say it, excuse me, my name is Mike Thompson.
No, the name of the business and the address that you showed on 421?
Okay. I don't know the exact address. It is the Cape Fear Pick and Pull on Highway 421 as you go into Wilmington.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, our next speaker is Miss Sheila Ratley.
Welcome, Ms. Ratley.
My name is Sheila Ratley. I live at 510 South King Street. I own the home. I have a house next door that I own also is 512 South King Street. Those are the last, there's 3 houses right in that area, and I own the last 2 houses. Okay, if y'all approve this junkyard, which is what I'm gonna call it, because what is it? It's a bunch of old cars, beat up, and they're trying to, sell the stuff. I understand that. In 2012, I was up here for that one. I couldn't come to the last meeting because I do work at the hospital and I work nights, so it's kind of hard to get off. My husband had a 1965 Mustang parked in my front yard. It did need some work on it. Believe me, I know it did. The city of Fayetteville sent me a letter saying they were going to fine me for having that car in my yard if I didn't move it. But if y'all allow this salvage yard to be put in front of my house, what is that? Junk cars. I do not want to walk out in front of my house, see a junkyard, salvage yard, or whatever y'all want to call it, every day. I wish y'all would take into consideration for that. And if any of y'all were me, I'll be 63 this year. I've been there all my life. It's a good neighborhood. We're not rich. We're average people. We want to keep our neighborhood the way it is. The Riverwalk, love the idea of having a Riverwalk. If we're going to do something like that, make the cross the street where I live from beautiful. Don't make it ugly. That's what I ask for all of y'all. And I appreciate letting me talk and just take consideration of that. Because I'm speaking from my heart. I'm not stupid. I'm not an attorney. I'm not, but just take in consideration how we feel. None of y'all would want to live in front of a salvage yard. And I thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Mayor, our final speaker is Miss Nellie Mazingo.
My name is Nellie Mazingo. I live at 407 South King Street, which is the property that joins this property with a canal between me and it. As far as what the lawyer said about the school bus, there is a school bus comes down King Street, it turns on Bell, and it drops off a couple of kids up there at Knight's Inn. Guff Oil has been closed for a lot of years, and there is probably problems down there that somebody needs to check into to make sure those tanks are empty. The car crushing, they no longer crush cars down there at that recycle place. We don't even know how the recycle place got down there without us knowing it. They didn't have to have a permit evidently, or we would have said no to that. We probably all got flat tires from that due to stuff going down King Street, falling on the road, us having to go out and pick it up out of the road. And as far as the junkyard, whatever you want to call it, I like a junkyard. I go to junkyards. I get parts from them, but I don't want it to be beside of my house. I do know that a torque converter in a vehicle, you do not drain all the oil out of it when you tear a car down. It's almost impossible to get oil out of a torque converter. So there will be oil out there that can pour on the ground. Noise. Can you imagine having forklifts running all day, taking these cars in and out, and the amount of vehicles that are going to go by up and down King Street and Bell Street? I live right there where Bell and King cross. There's no way they can get in without right into the front of my house or down by it. This is going to be very dangerous for me to get in and out of my driveway. It's already dangerous with Napa and Union Corrugating Company, all the vehicles. The highway's not going to hold up to all of this to start with. And not only even counting what it could possibly do to the river. Duke Energy didn't think they'd have this coal ash spill. Nobody expects anything to happen. What if something does happen? I thank y'all for listening.
May we have no further speakers?
We will close the public hearing at this time. Council, there are a couple lights on. I assume those are questions. I'll have to go back to my list to see who was first. Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question, I believe, is, and I apologize for not catching his last name, Mark. Okay, thank you, sir. Just minor questions about the process. I think you had said that they come in and they're fully inspected by your employees. What happens after the VIN number, your inspection or inspect the vehicle, and it doesn't meet your inspection? Where do they go?
If it comes in and it doesn't meet our inspection, we identify a problem with the vehicle. It's immediately fluid managed. It's taken to the back, fluid managed, and everything is contained.
So the towing company doesn't tow it back somewhere else if they don't meet your inspection then, right?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. And then the last thing is, I was kind of confused because Mr. Charleston had said when they go back to that back area that's near the river and the fluids are drained, then the vehicles are crushed. They're not crushed?
The vehicles are crushed. Yeah, that is the last step of the process. So once they've been fluid managed, once they've filtered their way through our retail yard, once they're pulled back out of the retail yard, they are taken to the back, and that is where we do the crushing. That is correct.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Mr. Chris.
Mr. Mark, please don't run. You may be here a while. I have a few questions because you talked us through the process of one of these wrecks or one of these cars. How long does the carcass remain on site?
I'm sorry, sir.
How long does the carcass remain on site? On these cars?
The average life of a vehicle on site for us is about 60 days. That's counting the vehicle coming in, being processed, going through our retail yard, disassembled, and then leaving the facility again.
You indicated that customers remove parts themselves. What ages are allowed to remove parts from these vehicles?
Yeah, absolutely. When a customer comes in, they actually sign in, they sign a waiver, they come in. It's 18 and up is what is required to get into the yard.
Are you a smoke-free facility?
Yes, we are.
What hours will the banging and beating go on? What are your business hours?
Yes, sir. The hours of operation are going to be 9 to 6, 7 days a week.
What time will you be doing your crushing?
We do the crushing primarily between the hours of probably 10 and 4. That's typically the time that we make it back into the crush area. So.
Now, fluid drips are not a natural part of a salvage yard. That's inescapable. You bring a wreck in, a front-end collision on a lowboy, or on a rollback, antifreeze, all these things are there.
Yes, sir.
And they'll drip onto your concrete. Now, how are you going to prevent rain wash from washing this stuff down to my river?
Yeah, I certainly acknowledge that there's no perfect scenario. The vehicles that you're referring to, those vehicles have to be taken somewhere. Okay, so we feel like we're the best solution for those vehicles. That's why when we bring them in, we immediately inspect them for any types of leaks, any types of problems. And again, if we identify a problem, we address it immediately.
But you didn't answer my question. My question is, how are you going to keep rain wash from washing these drips of antifreeze and transmission fluids and oils
Absolutely.
down into it, permeating the soil?
Yes, sir.
And
When a
end up
vehicle
in the
comes
river?
in, yes, sir, when a vehicle comes in, if we identify a problem, if there's seepage, if there's a residual fluid, we clean it up. We use a chemical called quick dry, oil dry, place it onto the chemical, let it soak it up, and then we dispose of it in EPA containers.
But you will not have a filtration system where rain washes into a sump where it can be filtered?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the oil water separator I had referred to initially. Yeah, the oil water separator is such that as that fluid, if any fluid drips, it's contained. It flows into catch basins. The catch basins filter into a oil water separator Once it reaches the oil-water separator, the weight of any heavy fluid exceeds that of water, raises to the top, spills over
What are the
into a...
fluid basins made out of?
I'm sorry?
What is the construction material of the fluid basins?
Absolutely. They're steel, they're double-wall steel containers that are encased with concrete.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Crisp. Mr. Wright.
Is that Mark?
Yes, sir.
You made mention about when customers come through, they can acquire parts from the vehicles within that 60-day period.
That's correct, sir.
And you mentioned about that they have a pan. Tell me a little bit about the process when you drain the fluid from the vehicles when you initially get them there. And what condition are those vehicles in as far as those fluids when you put them back on the yard? And why would you need a pan?
Yes, sir. When we process a vehicle, and if you'd like, I can go back through the process of how we handle that.
You don't have to go back through that.
Okay. We're essentially, based on the Auto Recycling Association studies that they do, we're capable of getting 97% of all fluids out of the vehicles. Mind you, that's 97% more than any other facility that's handling these cars.
97%.
That's correct, sir. So what we do is we do make, we have pans available, catch pans, for our customers. If a customer's pulling an engine or a transmission, if there's some residual fluid, we want to capture that. We inspect these cars daily. If there's any leaks, we take care of that. But inevitably, I can't stand here and tell you that it's possible to get 100% of the fluids out of any car. Again, we get 97% of the fluid out of the car. That is 97% more than any existing facility in the Fayetteville area gets out of the vehicles.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Mr. Art.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm gonna go back to the drip pan issue. So I come into your facility and I go down here to look, and I'm gonna pull a transmission or I'm gonna pull something, and I take my drip pan. Is there anybody from your staff that accompanies me down there when I go to do this?
Yes, sir. Well, we have 2 employees that work out on our retail yard. Those employees, their job is to assist customers and to make sure that we are operating in a safe, environmentally friendly way. So to answer your question, the answer is yes on that.
So when I pull the transmission, if there's some seepage and I catch it in the drip pan, which is the intent of the drip pan.
Yes, sir.
Your employees are there to supervise that. If there's any spillage, they're there to take care of it with the dry sweeper, or I forgot the term you used for the.
Quick dry.
Quick dry.
Yes.
They're there to make sure that the proper application is made of that, and then it's absorbed and swept up. And then the residual fluids from the drip pan are moved up to your recyclable facility?
What we have available in the retail yard, when the cases that we do catch any type of residual fluid, we have 55-gallon double-walled, again, EPA certified petroleum drums that we then put the fluid into. Those drums are then, on a weekly basis, are cleaned out. So we contract a company called FCC Environmental. They come and service all of our tanks. When they come to service our tanks, they service those tanks that are on the yard as well, if need be.
Okay, and your yard it's going to be an asphalt yard. It's going to be
marled. Yeah, so it's going to be impervious. It's a marled rock yard.
It's going to be impervious.
That's correct.
So the runoff from that is going to go where?
It's going to go into, I think, on our on the depiction here, we have a large retention pond. So everything, we have a stormwater infrastructure, flows into the stormwater infrastructure. Stormwater infrastructure makes its way into our retention pond, which is monitored and tested quarterly by the Department of Natural Resources and the EPA to verify that the water going into that is clean water.
Okay, so that's my follow-on question. So if you were to have an oil sheen, which it would show up in your retention pond.
That's correct.
What action would you take at that point?
If we were to have that issue, we would certainly get with an environmental company to address that problem. We've not had that problem. I've been in this business for 15 years and have never owned, operated, opened a facility that has fallen into any type of clean water type of issue with the Department of Natural Resources or the EPA.
Why would you want to avoid that?
Why would I want to avoid what?
Having an oil sheen on your retention pond.
The reasons would be fairly obvious. I mean, that would show that we're not operating in a safe, effective way. That certainly would not be the goal of management.
And you would face what from DENR and different agencies?
I'm sure that we would face heavy fines. We would face more substantial monitoring, we'd face a whole litany of issues if that were to happen.
So financially, it's not in your interest to have any kind of residual oil seepage into these storm.
I would say that's one aspect of it, but I would say as a human being that lives on this earth, I would say myself or my business partner certainly would not want that to happen. We are a green recycling facility. We operate the principles of a green recycling facility. We're not a salvage yard. We're not a junkyard. We are good stewards to the environment. That is one of our dictating goals. That is one of our guiding principles that we operate by.
Okay, my last question too is how many employees will you employ at this facility?
Sure.
Full-time employees?
Absolutely. We have nothing but full-time employees. We would initially start off, we're probably looking to start off between 20 to 25 employees, and then over a period of time, probably grow to 30 to 35 employees.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Colvin.
Well, Councilmember Arp took all my questions, so, but I do have one that he did miss. He asked you about EPA and Diener. He asked you about the number of people you plan to employ. Where are your other locations located?
Sure. Right now, we have two facilities. We have a facility in Wilmington, North Carolina, on Highway 421. It's a 27-acre facility. Our second facility is in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, on Highway 501.
So, you have two existing locations in some very water-dependent, environmentally dependent communities. Then
That is correct.
Okay. And have you ever had any issues or fines or any complaints from not being a good neighbor in Myrtle Beach or in Wilmington?
None whatsoever. We have a very good relationship with the Department of Natural Resources and DHEC. They use our facilities to model, they take pictures of our facility and take things that we do and recommend it to existing salvage yards to actually help them become better salvage yards.
I'm sure with these folks being high tourism areas that they're very mindful or watchful of what
Very
goes on
much
in the
so.
community.
Yeah, very much so. In fact, the very nature of green recycling was started in California and Florida, two of the most environmentally sensitive states in the entire United States. They have the most stringent EPA and state rules that dictate how salvage yards operate. We model our business after that. That's essentially where our business model came from.
Thank you, sir.
That's what it was born out of.
Councilmember Jensen.
Well, Councilmember Arp took most of my questions too, but I do have a question on the employees. When you were talking about people coming in, you said you had two on the retail side, that there would be two on the retail side. So I'm assuming that the other 20 are back there doing the recycling?
Yes, ma'am. Basically, a breakdown of how we're staffed would be, we typically have a full-time plant manager, which is a salaried position. We have a retail manager, which is a salaried position. And then we have a procurement manager, which is a salaried position. Beyond that, you could split it pretty much 50-50 between procurement and retail function, along with typically 2 car buyers per facility.
Okay. And I'm just saying this, I know the answer to it, but y'all are going to be buying the land.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, we will be owning the land.
So when the EPA comes in and if you're not playing by the rules, your land is going to be worthless.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We have every motivation to keep that land in good standing. We're not going to pay a significant amount of money for 24 acres of land to go in and trash it environmentally. That would make absolutely no sense whatsoever. So yeah, we have every motivation to
And
operate.
they come in, you said quarterly?
They come in, we do monitoring, we do stormwater monitoring quarterly.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Okay.
That's
Thank
correct.
you.
And then they do make unannounced visits. We probably see them once a month.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem Davey.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Harmon, I had a question for you.
Oh, finish with me?
Yeah.
All right,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Just had a quick question for you in regards to the other businesses that are on South King Street. Were those incorporated when it was county or was it when it was city? Are you aware of what?
There's a mix.
Okay.
Most, I think, were when it was still county. There
Okay.
are one or two that once the city took over that area.
Okay, so a
Came
lot
in.
of it was built to county standards.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Harmon. I did have a question for the owner, Mr. AIT. Hello, I had a quick question for you. In regards to your property, I know in the past you talked about possibly making this a property for office buildings and things like that. And I think that was expressed to the community. And, you know, after seeing the proposal of the other other pick and pull locations, I guess I'm hungry. And they were talking about 4-lane roads. So I guess my question for you, as being the owner, why you thought this would be a good location for this project, with it not being a 4-lane road versus doing the business offices that you expressed in the past.
Sure. When the property was purchased, I believe it was in 1999, the intent was to build a technology park. And within that technology park, we would put our administrative offices, but also our data center. And if you know anything about the technology industry and the data center industry, data centers are things that you do not move very often. So when we made a move, it was going to be a kind of a one-time move. Unfortunately, we got, at the same time we purchased the land, we were approached by the city and the county to occupy what we are currently in now, the building we're currently in now at 421 Maiden Lane. It was a better opportunity for us at the time because we could get into a building and move very quickly. We were in a very small facility and 100-some people that were literally sitting on top of one another, so we needed to move rather quickly to a building that could facilitate the size and growth needs that we had. So after we moved to that facility, there was no need for that land. We did entertain that for some period of time, but probably in the mid-2000s, we determined that we would not be moving to that land and building in that land, so we put the land up for sale. And they actually, the Pick and Pull approached us for that land. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. McDougall.
Mark? Let me apologize to you for trying to rebrand, for our city staff trying to rebrand your brand. I know how important it is when you're trying to brand yourself. Are you monitored at all by EPA or some other governmental agency that make periodic visits to your recycling center?
Yes, sir, we are. We're monitored by the Department of Natural Resources here in North Carolina. We're monitored by DHEC in the state of South Carolina. Again, we do quarterly monitoring of our stormwater retention ponds, and then they make unannounced visits. Again, we probably see them about once a month.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Harmon. Very rarely do I ask questions, but I'm getting ready to ask a couple.
I have one more.
How high are these berms, these buffers?
The berm that they're looking to do along King Street,
Yes,
is
sir.
that what you're referring to? I believe they're around 4 feet high, if I'm not mistaken.
Just a point of clarification, I thought Mr. Charleston said you wouldn't be able to see the vehicles over the berms. So 4 feet high would not cover a vehicle height.
And that's the same with these pictures. So 4 feet?
They may be 6 feet. I'm not sure the exact, I can't read what they've got on this plan right in front of me.
Tell me what else, if this were not a special use permit, what else would be allowed in this zoning?
There's a myriad of industrial things that could go on that property.
Hit me with them.
Anything from you can do waste facility. A lot of it has to have special use permits like your waste facilities, your adult entertainment. Those things are allowed in the HI district. Let's see, trying to think of what few of the allowed uses. Anything that's manufacturing. Yeah. Any type of manufacturing basically would be allowed without coming through city council for approval, those type of things.
Laundry, dry cleaning, carpet cleaning, heavy equipment servicing. Does that
Exactly.
sound right?
Yep.
Fuel, bottled gas, building, plumbing, heating. Thank you. Councilmember Jensen. Oh, Councilmember Crisp.
Mr. Mark, I'm sorry for not calling you by your last name, but we do that down in the South. We say Miss Susan and Mr. Mark. I have one additional question.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned you have 2 other facilities.
Yes, sir.
What is the proximity to those facilities of residences?
Our facility in Wilmington, the back of the property actually backs up to an existing residential neighborhood with about 25 homes. In Myrtle Beach, Conway area, there's residential to the east side of us, and there's residential to the back side of our property as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And just for clarification, the berm it's a 6-foot berm that's going to be lined with trees and shrubs. It's shown as it is on the depiction, so you can see it in relationship to the parking lot.
Mr. Mark, see, here I go again. That's all right. What is your last name, sir? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, sir?
What is your last name?
My last name is Vanover.
Vanover?
Vanover, that's correct.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Vanover.
It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
Thank you very
Yeah, that's
Mr.
ideal.
Colvin has a question for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna call you Mr. Vanover.
I appreciate that as well.
If council or if it was proposed that you would be required to have a minimum buffer of at least maybe 30 to 50 feet, is that something that would be acceptable to the developers?
We're talking about a buffer around the perimeter of the property?
Right. So
Yeah.
I see you've identified some buffers, but if that was a part of any
Yeah.
arrangement, would it be something that?
Yeah, that's something that would certainly be acceptable to us. I believe, for the most part, we're showing a buffer that exceeds that around the facility. Obviously, we can't exceed it on the front due to DOT regulations and the entrance to our business, but certainly the remaining 3 sides of the business, I believe, is already showing a buffer that is at or well above the number that you put on it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Davey.
Mr. Harmon, can you put on the screen again the recommended conditional items that staff recommended?
It may take just a moment. It seems that was the one that wasn't. Here we go. Wasn't reloaded a while ago. They're listed at the bottom, and they just refer to the conditions for the trail easement and construction easement for the trail as well.
Mr. Colvin.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the issuing of a special use permit to allow for auto salvage recycling yard to be located at South King Street as presented, with the conditions of the additional buffer on the 3 sides that are within the control and purview of the landowner developer, as well as the other recommendations that Mr. Harmon just mentioned with, Mr. Harmon, can you restate those things you just read off to us?
Yeah, the reservation of a 30-foot trail easement along the river to be part of the river trail system, and reservation of a temporary 50-foot construction easement beside of that river trail easement in a location acceptable to the city staff.
With that language included. Madam Attorney, is that acceptable, the way that I presented it?
Actually, you'll want to confer with the applicant to make sure that they also accept those additional conditions.
Minimum is 6.
Sir, with those conditions, is that something that your team is willing to accept?
Just make sure it's not additional 30 feet on top of what's already going around.
Yeah, that's absolutely acceptable to us. Just to be sure, that's not an additional 30 feet beyond what we're already.
Right,
what
as a
we've
minimum.
already- Okay.
The minimum of that and the 6-foot berm elevation that you've already described.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's something that we've anticipated and actually have on our plan already.
Can we confirm the 6-foot berm applies to both the front of the property and the river trail side?
You amended my motion, Council?
And I'm just asking, can we confirm that? You confirmed 6 feet for the berm.
Sir, can you confirm that that is the
That is correct. That is correct.
I'll second your motion, Mr. Colvin.
Thank you. Madam Attorney, you're not going to make me restate all that, right?
Okay, we have a first and a second. It's Councilmember Colvin, Councilmember Arp. Council, I'll ask for questions to the motion, please. Mr. McDougall?
Yes, what I would be quite interested in is to make sure, amend your motion that it would be 50-foot, sort of, what do we call it, right-of-way, distance between wherever the river, it was said 30 feet in this, but could we change, that's the piece we're talking about being 50 feet. I don't know whether it needs to be all the way around, but especially from the river.
Yes.
Yeah.
The way it's currently depicted, we planned on leaving that screening there. That screening
50 feet away.
absolutely encompasses well beyond 50 feet.
All right, is that,
I
would that be
will accept
acceptable
that
to-
amendment. Yes, yes, sir, Councilman.
Mr. Moan?
I've got a question for the city attorney. I understand this is a quasi judicial hearing, and so when people try to contact me before the meeting, I typically don't respond. They leave a voicemail, they send an email, I don't respond because I have to consider only what I hear tonight during it. But I do want to go on record that say when I look at my email here the last couple days, I've received some people emailing me, asking me which way I should vote, and leaving phone messages on my phone, which I have not replied back to. But I just want that clear in the open that they were sent, I just didn't engage in conversation. So I'm not going to consider what was left on my telephone. I am not going to consider what was emailed to me or anything else. No communications prior to this meeting. Is that legal?
So basically, you're clarifying that your decision is based on the information presented tonight and not information that may have been presented previously.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
You didn't talk to him either.
No, I
Thank
know
you.
better.
Mr. Chris?
I need to make this statement. In 2008, 2009, and 2010, council sat here and closed several salvage yards in the city limits of Fayetteville, North Carolina. We did that after considerable deliberation and thought, and now here we are. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions for the motion, council, I'll ask for your vote, please. That is a 6-4 vote. Those voting against, Councilmember Crisp, Councilmember Davy, Councilmember Hurst, Councilmember Moan. Those in favor of the motion, Councilmember Jensen, Councilmember Wright, Councilmember Arp, Mayor Robertson, Councilmember Colvin, Councilmember McDougall. Item 9.01 is a presentation of Grant Thornton, if you want to go ahead and set up.
Press F5. That was the other presentation.
That's fine.
Council, this time we'll take a 5-minute break. session and receive a presentation from Grant Thornton.
Hi, good evening.
I'm sure you're not Mr. Thornton. Tell us who you are, sir.
My name is Jack Regan, R-E-A-G-A-N.
Thank you,
I'm an audit partner with Grant Thornton LLP. We're a national firm headquartered in Chicago, Illinois. I work out of our global public sector practice, which specializes in auditing state and local governments out of our Alexandria, Virginia office. However, we have offices here in Charlotte and in Raleigh in North Carolina. We were, you've got a PowerPoint slide deck as well as I believe a couple of our draft reports in front of you. We were engaged by the city to perform 19 agreed upon procedures over aspects of the Public Works Commission's Navigate project and determine how costs that were incurred on the Navigate project were budgeted and approved. And in the context of the work that we did, we were asked to provide recommendations on how controls could be implemented to strengthen the oversight and accountability of future projects such as this. The draft report that you have in front of you is working its way through our internal quality assurance review process. Part of that process is a review by those charged with governance who are going to be receiving the report. That's why this was a very important meeting from our quality assurance control procedures here to have this tonight so that I could report to you some of the findings in our report. I think most importantly to communicate to you that there was no evidence of fraud, illegal acts, or noncompliance with the contractual agreements that we identified in the conduct of our procedures. One thing that we did identify, though, is that, my words here, there was no what I will call all-in financial schedule of the project, which indicated here are the total capital costs, here are total operating costs, and here are other costs associated with the project. When you look at the capital improvements program budget that was presented and approved annually by the commissioners and city council, the cost of the Navigate project in total was $19.6 million, approximately. We identified that there were approximately just north of $20 million worth of actual costs that were incurred against that budget. You would be able to find that on Exhibit 1 to our agreed upon procedures report. The difference between that budgeted amount and the actual expenditures was funded by savings from other capital projects that did not, I guess, spend all the way through their budgets. We also did identify, as I indicated earlier, that since there was no all-in budget, there are operating costs that were incurred and that are normally incurred on a project such as this that were included in the annual operating budget of the commission. Those totaled approximately $5.9 million, but again, those were never reflected in a total all-in project cost. They were presented in the budget. So we, with the assistance of the commission staff, calculated a total all-in, again, my words, budget, or excuse me, costs incurred of approximately $26.3 million. During that process as well, one last thing on this bullet, the second to last bullet, the commission staff, as they were preparing for the procedures that we were applying, identified approximately $3.1 million worth of expenses. The vast majority of those incurred during fiscal 15 that were misclassified as capital costs that should have been calculated and recorded as operating costs. Those have been appropriately recorded as operating costs in the schedule, Exhibit 1. So that's the financial side. The takeaway from my perspective on that, again, no fraud, as I indicated earlier, illegal acts or noncompliance, slightly above the capital improvements program budget that was authorized for Navigate, or was inherent for Navigate, funded by savings on other projects. And the overall recommendation that we have is that for projects such as these, the commission should develop a, quote, all-in schedule of project finances that include both the capital side and the operating side that can be monitored against, which is a very nice segue to move over into some of our observations that we had. We believe that there are opportunities for improvement in project governance here, the establishment and continuous monitoring by an executive oversight committee that would oversee on a periodic basis the performance of the actual team that is implementing the computer or the system project, the development of a business case that supports the initial budget, including key performance indicators and an overall budget that, again, would be monitored through the course of the project, and then, more importantly, post-system implementation to make sure that the return on this investment that was inherent in the business case, as evidenced by the key performance indicators, you're actually getting the return on that investment that you wanted. So there's a continuous monitoring post-implementation that would need to be done. We also believe that there are opportunities to strengthen oversight and monitoring of the scope changes during the conduct of the system implementation. We did have some comments to improve organizational readiness before that you throw the switch to go live, including enhanced testing before you go live, improving the end user training, ensuring that you have the appropriate staff with the capabilities to support the system, as well as making sure that the daily, weekly, monthly, semi-annual, annual reports that you're going to need can be run effectively and efficiently. Last thing that we identified was that the disaster recovery plan and the business continuity plan needs to be tested in full, meaning turn the system off, try and figure out if you can turn it back on, run it again. You are in a, shall we say, very strategic area of the country. Given that I work inside the Beltway, I know exactly what you guys are up against in terms of national defense issues and things like that. Makes the performance of periodic disaster recovery and business continuity planning all the more important given the area of the country that we find ourselves in. This was a very interesting project, to say the least. I appreciate the support of the city staff as I was executing the procedures. I especially appreciate as well the commission staff that supported us through the engagement. I would be remiss if I didn't, in the interest of full disclosure, make sure that in the small world department, as we were kicking off the project, we were going around all the people that were going to be supporting the project, both from the city side and the commission side. And one of the members of the commission staff is a young lady, I'll call her a young lady, that I worked with in my previous lifetime at my old firm. And it was an indicator that I'm too old and I'm the Forrest Gump of public accounting when I run across that a dear friend of mine down here in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Again, my takeaway from you in this project is capital cost exceeded the capital budget by approximately $700,000. There were approximately $5.8 million, $5.9 million of operating costs that were also incurred as part of this project, but there was no overall all-in project statement that was developed at the beginning and then monitored throughout the project. And I'll entertain any questions you may have. Thank you.
We do have a couple of questions. Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Regan.
Thank you.
We received this late this afternoon, so I skimmed over it. I'd like to read it more thoroughly. I would say tonight, but might be tomorrow. You had talked about briefly about scope changes and oversight, which brings me to your observation number 3, where there were 2 change orders, change order number 1 and number 2. One was shifting the project executive steering committee to just one project director, and the other was removal of a utility partner in the project. How did that affect this Navigate project by making those changes, putting it from a steering committee to one individual making the decisions?
Well, I think it did dismantle some of the project governance infrastructure that was set up as part of the RFP. That governance infrastructure is, I believe, a critical component of a successful system implementation, so that you have that group with enough sort of influence in the organization, senior enough level, that is able to ask the probative questions, hold the project team accountable for the deadlines to be met operationally and the finances to be maintained and monitored. It is a key control point that was not utilized throughout the project. And again, our recommendation is that is a best practice. That is something that is very standard. What impact that had overall on the project is something that would be speculative for me to be able to say, and was beyond the scope really of the procedures that we performed. But again, I would feel very strongly and feel very comfortable in indicating it is an industry practice to have that steering committee that sits over top from a governance perspective of the day-to-day project execution team.
Thank you, Mr. Regan. As a follow-up, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, talking about the scope and cost, it was reported when this was being discussed, I guess among PwC employees or staff, and I report what has come from Mr. Jeff Thompson. He says that the software upgrade discussions began in 2008, and the PwC Utilities Information Technology engineers said they could do it for $11 million or less, and I think the project manager said no, which brings me to this point in your Table 2, October 11, 2011 memo, which you state was not seen by the utility commissioners or city council. The total budget would be $16 to $20 million, but no breakdown of the cost. Then the memo from Mr. Blanchard to PwC states the same amount, but saying that it would not be including hardware, MDM, mobile workforce, or annual maintenance costs. Yet when it was presented to the city council in that same table on December 14, 2011, the execution of the contracts was not to exceed $14.5 million. So if they knew it would be 16 to 20, and the commission not even knowing that until December 2nd, we voted not to exceed 14.5, but those costs did include the MWM and the license fees and implementation costs for the module. So it included all those extra costs that wasn't presented to the PwC of $16 to $20 million. So that raises a question to me. Can you answer that?
I can't go back in time and answer questions like that. I can tell you what I presented and what, the documentation that I was provided is exactly what we reported here.
Exhibit 1, you say the total cost incurred is how many million dollars?
Exhibit 1. Yep. The total Navigate project costs, including operating costs, are $26.3 million.
My final question, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate this time, sir. You note here the PwC IT department's headcount has increased in size by 1/3 from 23 to 31 IT personnel for this project. Do you know when you were asking questions about this to get the number, the head count, How many during that that time period, how many IT employees were either fired or took early retirement?
That was not part of the procedures that we performed, no.
All right, thank you, Mr. Regan.
I'm sorry, Mr. Arp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Regan, thank you for your report, and as Mr. Hurst alluded, I haven't had a lot of time to go through it in any great detail. One of the things I would ask, when I listened to you a second ago, and when I looked at the table that showed the cost, you mentioned that initially the cost that was projected did not include the operating cost or the manpower cost, that it was just a capital cost. Is that correct?
The capital costs are included in the capital improvement program's budget, yes. The operating costs were not. We sought to determine whether or not there was a schedule that was prepared on a regular basis and monitored that included both capital costs and operating costs. We were not able to identify that any sort of project schedule of all-in costs, my words like that, was prepared or monitored on a regular recurring basis.
So based on your findings, the cost associated with this program as it moved forward only represented the capital cost, but they never represented the operating cost. Your recommendation that it should have included the operating cost, but as it was approved, as it went through the process during the years of budget approval, it didn't include that, and there was no question about the operating cost?
The capital program, again, included nothing but capital costs. Any operating costs that were associated with the Navigate project, my understanding, based on discussions with commission staff and review, I believe, of budget documents, is that operating costs were included in the operating budget. But again, there was nothing that pulled both sides of that together.
So the operating costs were budgeted and accounted for in the operational cost of the utility, but they weren't directly tied to this project. So you didn't have a project code where, you know, and forgive me, my background is I work with different projects. If I work specifically, I can bill directly to a project to show my costs associated with consultation with that project. In this situation, you didn't have that operation happening. Is that correct?
I believe that those operating costs were captured in a separate Navigate operating cost center, but again, adding a schedule that added the capital cost of the Navigate plus the operating cost of the Navigate were never combined onto the same schedule and monitored that way.
Okay, and then based on your findings, nobody ever asked that question from the city side, the city staff side? Nobody said, hey, are you including these costs? Should these, you should be including these costs?
That sort of inquiry was not in the 19 agreed upon procedures that we did. I can tell you we asked that question on the on the commission side, and it was certainly never tracked that way. There was never a combined schedule that was done.
Yeah, project management and project governance, people are certified to do that, PMI certification, PMP, and the PMBOK process.
Yep.
As you looked at that, as you looked at this program, did the utility apply those standards? Did they have a PMP certified project manager who was working this, or?
I believe there was one or two PMPs that are on the commission staff. I'm not sure if they were involved in the detail management and oversight of this particular project. As I indicated earlier, having that governance structure where those periodic reports from the project team go to a steering committee for review provides that rigor where that sort of stuff would be prepared and monitored on a regular recurring basis.
Sure, and so PMP practices those things. They have application not just in this project, but in all projects. So it would be to our benefit as a city as we do a renovation to have a PMP certified project manager leading that to make sure we stay on time and schedule and within cost.
It is a very important discipline in large-scale projects, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your conclusion that there was no evidence of fraud or anything illegal, no willful intent to hide money, to conceal disclosure of costs. Nothing like that was discovered.
No, and having spent time on this project over the last several months. Again, I reached the conclusion that a lot of the issue around this was the way the city was describing project costs versus the way that the
Terms of
commission
reference.
was describing the cost. Commission was constantly referring to capital. City was looking at, my opinion, capital plus operating and adding those together. And you just
Talking
had
past
folks
each other.
talking past each other. Yes, sir.
Yeah, in my experience with projects and programs, it's always very, very important that you have agreed to terms of reference, so everybody knows how to reference things. If you were to grade this project, and I tell you, I've seen a lot of projects, I've never seen a project that's perfect. And in hindsight, you always go back and you look at it and you go, you know what, we should have done this at this point, So if you were to grade this project, what grade would you assign to Project Navigate?
I've thought about that a lot on this. I think it's a very solid B minus.
Okay.
Because the system is working. It is not without some continued inefficiencies that the commission is working to improve. But I have certainly seen systems that upon go live could not function.
Special software systems.
Software systems. And one large client that will remain anonymous but is the capital of the free world. It had 3 failed system implementations amounting to well over $100 million in the past 15 years because of failure to manage and monitor the project development effectively and efficiently.
Sure.
So that is at the F side of the system implementation.
On a bell curve, you said a B minus, on a bell curve with the mean being a C.
Yep.
This is to the right, this is on the good
Slightly
side?
to the right, slightly to the good side, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Wright.
I just have a clarification. That 19.6 million cost, and you added 5.9 million, but the 5.9 wasn't mentioned, it wasn't on any slides, but you briefed that and you added that to become 26.3 million total costs. The breakdown on that 5.9, can you explain that for me? Because I know on one of your slides you mentioned about the 3 point.
Yeah, I think substantially all of that is personnel costs. I think there's about 3.9 million in personnel costs.
Right.
There are also, if I'm remembering correctly, somewhere in the order of 1.5 to $2 million worth of ongoing licensure costs, which are required to be expensed under the appropriate accounting standards.
Well,
So combining those two together gets you to the.
Okay. I'm hearing you saying, you're not really using solid terms as a matter of fact, but, around about. My question to you, and Councilman Arp asked a good question of a B minus, and you really feel like at this time the system is working, you said. The Navigate system is working on what level?
On a B minus level.
On a B minus level?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at 26.3 million. Is that acceptable to you?
It's not part of my engagement procedures to draw that conclusion.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Mr. Colvin.
Thank you for your presentation. I just had a couple questions here. You've addressed change order number 1, which was basically the dismantling of the words of the steering committee or the change in the procedures. Change order 2 was the removal of the AAC utility partners. Can you explain what that means?
I believe that they were a consultant. I have to go back and look at my work papers, if I'm remembering correctly. They were a consultant that was hired to assist in some of the requirements definition that went into the request for proposal for the system, and I believe their role was going to be to assist in some of the project management.
Okay, so change order number 1 was the removal or the unraveling of the steering committee. 2 was the dismissal of the utility partners. And then 3, you had an issue where no CEO or general manager signed off on these change orders. But the other paragraph, you kind of alluded to the fact that there may have been temporary delegations made for some other people to sign off on it. Were you able to have any conclusions to that?
Only an email evidencing that essentially the general manager was not on premises at the time that a particular change order needed to be approved and had delegated that to a member of his staff.
Okay, and almost done. So now a system this size, since you do these audits throughout different company sizes, a system like this typically runs a company of what size? I mean,
that one's a tough. Rather than the size, it is really the complexity and the nature of the business that is needed. This system's a heavy-duty system. It has a lot of capabilities, and I think one of the recommendations that we made was that prior to the selection of the vendor, a stronger business case needs to be made and reviewed and approved by those charged with governance that says, here is the type of system that we need, and here is why we need a system with all of these capabilities.
Okay, so
and we were not able to identify that had in fact occurred to the degree that we believe would represent an industry best practice in this particular case.
So would you say, with that being said, I know hindsight is 20/20, would you say that this system fits the complexity of this company?
Yeah, this system will do everything that this organization needs.
Okay, and then finally, I saw that the ongoing projected support costs you did through 2018 were running right at about $1 million a year. Is that expected to escalate? I know it's hard for you to predict, but what you've seen in the industry, is that usually standard for servicing, $1 million?
That's pretty standard until they decide they're not going to support the software anymore to get you to buy the upgrade.
Oh. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colvin. Mr. McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I may be asking, maybe a little redundant, but just want to make sure I'm clear. I believe it's table 5. You identified $3.3 million decision, to be exact, $3,318,418 decision that was made, and you can't tell me who made it. Table 5?
Yep.
Yep. Who approved the $3 million? I mean, you say that nobody, you say that the commission didn't approve it. Somebody approved it.
The contract was signed by, I believe, the general manager, but we could not see where that contract had been presented to either the commission or the council for review and approval. However, our understanding is that the Oracle licenses are almost a subcontract, for lack of a better word, to the Infosys contract, which was reviewed and approved by both the commission and by the council.
Okay. So it's still debatable as to whether that would, actually, you mentioned it again in item 11 and talk about that particular change order, so you kind of, you got on it more than once, and I appreciate that. As a matter of fact, when I totaled all of the numbers, there was an overage in the budget of $6,723,000. I'm sorry, let me get that again. $6,723,914. I know you keep saying 6.3, but when you actually do the math, it's 6.7.
Well, I think one of the things that I'm concerned about that description is because the $19 million approximately, I'm using round numbers, it's almost 10:30 at night.
That's okay. I understand, I'm about to sleep too.
And I usually have staff that do my numbers for me now that I'm a partner, thank goodness.
That's good.
Is the 19 million, again, represents the capital costs.
Right.
The other items are operating costs that are inherent in the operating budget that was presented and reviewed and approved. So comparing the 19 million to the 26 million is, in my opinion, comparing apples and oranges, because you've got different bases. One is just capital, one is capital plus operating.
Right, and I understand that, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate you pointing that out, you know, and hopefully that will help us in the future. Also, you mentioned this side-by-side run, and I think that's a good thing for you to have mentioned, that before you actually take down your old system and bring up your new, you run the two together, and to make sure you've got it, you know, where you can run. And hopefully we'll take that advice, because I think that's a good piece. You don't take down one without knowing the other one's going to work, and you identified that. So
that would be the best practice. I don't want to indicate that no one does that, because
I'm just saying
that is not a best practice. That is not something that Jack the Auditor would recommend.
Maybe unlike everybody else, they skimmed it. I read it.
Yep.
All right. No, I'm not trying to say it. I'm just saying I read it. I read both pieces, and I appreciate it. Good pieces. As a matter of fact, it said to me there really no, there was no big nuke there, but there was some problems there. And you also said that there is currently still no disaster recovery. In other words, if the system goes down, if they have a flood, matter of fact, they might be in a floodplain over there. As a matter of fact, I've seen a lot of boats take people out of homes when they had homes over there.
If I may, there is a plan, but the plan has not yet been tested.
Okay. And the last thing, I think you said, but you didn't say it in the same words, and maybe you did. You got real close to saying it. Somebody was asleep at the wheel. They didn't wreck, but they were asleep. Thank you, sir.
Did you say that?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Crisp.
Sir, my one question. Since you indicated that Navigate is not totally functional where it ought to be, we have to anticipate more expenses?
I think that's a very fair assumption, yes, sir.
Now, you spoke of the operating cost, and I got the impression these were hard to nail down and be added into the total cost of the Navigate project. It was stated to me that there were some expenditures related to Navigate that were charged to other departments in maintenance and other areas. Did you find any of that?
We did not identify any such costs.
And you did not examine the high ratio or the high turnover of people from IT by way of retirement, resignations, firing? You didn't go into that avenue?
It was beyond the scope of this project to do so, but we did tick and tie within an inch of their lives all of the payroll costs that were charged to this project.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Moan.
Mr. Reagan, just got a quick question. Thank you for coming tonight. When you talked about roughly $3.9 million in personnel costs on the operational side, does that include some of the PwC employees that were on salary during the day?
Those were PwC employees, yes, sir.
Okay, so if they weren't working Navigate, they would be working on their old project under the old system, so that they're already paid.
Correct.
So there's really no additional cost. They're already on the payroll.
Correct, but
Okay.
those are operating costs of the Navigate system.
Or whatever system, if
or
they
whatever
change it next
system else
week.
is out there, yes, sir.
Okay. So if we include all-in cost operating, I think we did a contract with you for about $150,000. Does that sound about right, that we approved? 158? So if you had to estimate the all-in cost, the operational side of all the city staff and the PwC staff, what would be the rough ballpark all-in costs for the Navigate audit?
To support us?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I was pretty tough. Probably $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 of personnel time that was incurred. They would be the best people to ask about that. But as you well know, there is a cost to support, an internal opportunity cost to support such procedures, absolutely.
Okay, I appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moan. Mayor Pro Tem Davey.
How are you doing?
I'm well, thanks.
Good. Just had a quick question for you. Just trying to understand, like, where do we go from here? I mean, we have your findings, and we talk about the system that was brought to us, and with your expertise, with the city this size, do you think the software? I know it's a great software for the future, but do you think a city this size needed a software like this at this time?
I didn't specifically look at that. I'll say that the system that you have is certainly capable of doing what you need it to do from
And
a business
more,
standpoint, and more today and into the future.
Okay. Was there other software systems on the market that could have satisfied what we needed but not be so expensive?
I didn't look at that. That would have been part of the business case. That should have been, in our words and our recommendation, part of the business case that you do when you're doing such a large system implementation, is to look at alternatives that are out there, determine whether or not they meet your current needs and whether they're going to meet your future needs. That's the balancing act that has to occur, but that information goes into the business case.
Okay.
Pre-solicitation.
Okay. So, I mean, I see that you have your review and your findings. I guess I'm still asking you, where do you think we go from here in regards to the oversight?
Oversight, number one recommendation, make sure you have a steering committee. Make sure you have that governance project on a go-forward basis.
We have commissioners that we appoint. Do you feel that they should have been more engaged in the process and providing information back to council?
I think that there's information that could have been provided to the commissioners on a regular, recurring basis by the steering committee.
Mm-hmm. So the chain of command is, you're saying that the reason where we are right now is due to the lack of the business structure at the beginning, the lack of the steering committee from the beginning, which was prior to coming to the commission. So you're talking about management at PwC.
I'm not sure I'm necessarily going to that. Again, I think industry best practice would indicate you've got the project team that has regular reports that they make up to the steering committee that can then aggregate that information a little bit more and provide key information to those that are charged with governance, in this case, the commission and the city council, at an aggregate level, for a $20 million project. I don't think that should vary necessarily from a $20 million software project or a $20 million separate capital project that's out there. There's certain information that I think, given the size of these projects, should be monitored on a regular basis by those charged with governance. And this is just a subset of that type of oversight that should occur.
I guess my concern is, we can look back and always say, shoulda, coulda, woulda, had a boost, is what I say. But the bucket's got to stop somewhere. So you're saying that we should have had a steering committee. This is what we should have done. This is what we should have done. But if the commissioners, the PwC commissioners, are there to, they're appointed by the city council. They're there to provide oversight for PwC. I guess I'm just having a concern on why those reports weren't sent to the commissioners, and if it was sent to the commissioners, why those reports wasn't trickled down to the council. The steering committee is a shoulda, coulda, woulda, had a boost. I'm talking about, in reality, if you don't have a structure, there's a lot of companies that have multi-million-dollar projects that don't have a steering committee, and they work with the stakeholders, a commission. So I'm not understanding why that information was not communicated.
I'm not sure I've got a good answer to that question.
During your findings, and all your different project management programs that you have had the opportunity to work with, have they all had a steering committee model?
Trying to think through the half a dozen or so major system implementations that I've been involved with. Yeah, they had a steering committee model. So again, there's detailed work that's monitored at the project level, aggregates up to key performance indicators that goes to the steering committee, and there might be even a greater aggregation that then goes to those charged with governance, again, because it's a significant investment of money.
Okay, and as we talk about who's in charge of governance moving forward, I mean, how do you feel, based on your findings and recommendation, we can improve this process moving forward? I mean, there's still not a steering committee. We have a steering committee, but they're not doing this. So how do you feel we can really make sure we're doing the due diligence of the taxpayers, city ratepayers?
I think you go back to where the system current state is. I think the project committee has a strong understanding of where improvements need to be made. I would suggest that they would develop key performance indicators that can be monitored and measured and reported on, to either, if a steering committee gets created, great. If not, it can go to those charged with governance that will be able to, again, monitor that information on a go-forward basis. Again, you're at to my words, at a B-minus level of utilizing the system. I know there are training plans in place. I know that there are system functionalities that they are looking to bring online over time. I think those should be identified, measured, monitored, and reported on.
You're saying B minus. I guess it just kind of depends on what grade level you're looking at. A B minus in grad school is not good, because I think you can only have 2 C's. So I don't know if you're looking at high school, college, or grad school. So back to the monitor, measure, and reported. You're basically expressing to me that they failed to monitor, they failed to measure, and they failed to report. Is that correct?
At the project committee level, they did measure and they did monitor and they did report, but for the most part, in terms of formal reporting to levels above that, it stopped at the project committee level.
So they failed to monitor, measure, report above the project level.
They failed to report. They did monitor and measure and report at the project level. That did not raise up on a formal basis.
Okay, so
the reporting of that.
So the formal part of the reporting did not happen.
Correct.
And that's how we would have been, the commissioners would have been more informed of what was going on, the costs overrun, and then I'm assuming the city council would have been notified at that time.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Arp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I make a motion to accept your report, I did have one question. I want to follow up a little bit on Mayor Pro Tem Davies' comment about the governance. In Table 2, in the notes, you had at the bottom, each PWC meeting was attended by city liaison and various city senior management team members. And that's already all the way back from the inception of the project to the fielding of the project today. Is that correct?
Yep, that's my understanding based on review of the commission notes. Yes, sir.
And based on your review of these commission notes, none of these questions...
Minutes, excuse me.
Or minutes, excuse me. And based on your review of the minutes and all, none of the senior management of the city staff, I mean, these were some good questions she just asked. And from a project management standpoint, they're very valid questions. These questions were never asked by our city staff, our senior management staff that sat in on these meetings.
Or the liaison person?
Yeah, or the liaisons at that time. Well, I say the senior staff because some of your liaisons, I can't speak for the previous liaisons, but they might not have program management experience. But I would think for your staff members, they're involved with program management and that kind of stuff. Those questions weren't asked?
I'd have to go back and look specifically at our work papers to make sure, but I don't believe that those level specific questions were asked or that they were captured in the minutes that we reviewed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, if it pleases you and the council, I would move that we, another question?
One more question, Mr.
Okay.
McDougal, then we'll go back to Mr. Arp.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to point out observation number 8 is when I made my statement about somebody's sleep at the wheel, or at least they're drowsy at the wheel, driving drowsy, or however you want to put it. Your recommendation was that we recommend that for future large system initiatives, PWC management and those charged with project governance ensure that the end user community is adequately trained, the adequate transfer of knowledge has occurred, and the verification of these procedures has been performed prior to the decision to promote the system to a production environment. Again, just a little drowsy at the wheel, a little sleeping, didn't wreck. And that's your recommendation. I just kind of summed it up for you. Just wanted you to see that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. McDougal. Mr. Arp.
I think Mr. Crisp had a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Nope, I didn't see a light. Sorry, Mr. Crisp.
Sir, let me ask this question, and I'll be brief. But you said a B minus. Is that a subjective evaluation based on your opinion, or is that substantiated by fact or findings?
It is based on my opinion. I was asked,
Okay.
and
Thank you.
and
That's
you know,
my
based on
point.
my experience. Yep.
Subjective. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if it please you and the council, I would move that we accept the report as presented tonight by Grant Thornton.
Mr. Art, Mr. Colvin, second. Council discussion on the motion, please. Seeing none, council, I'll ask for your vote, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for your
Thank
report.
you.
Waiting on some lights. Somebody's asleep. At the wheel. There we go. That is 9-1. Councilmember Wright voting against.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Regan. Nine 9.02 is the presentation of the recommended fiscal year 2015-2016 budget. Mr. Voorhees.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor and Council, this is 19 minutes long. Given the late hour, I just want to give you a heads up. 19 minutes. If you'd like to, therefore you won't be able to slow me down because I'm going to be watching with you.
Hang
or
on,
we can post that online and move on.
just one moment. I think we've got some folks in the audience waiting on another item. Is that correct?
The only other item is about the RVs, boats, and trailers. If
correct.
that's what other people are here for.
Yeah, would council mind if we shuffled this around and,
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we switch these two items so we don't keep these folks any later than we have to.
okay, and it's Mr. Art, Mr. Colvin. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, council, I'll ask for your vote, please. We'll do this formally. That's unanimous. Okay, so we'll move to item 9.03, which is the direction, council's direction on RVs and trailers. Mr. Shuford.
Give me a moment here to get this loaded up here.
Not real sure how that got turned around.
There it is.
Got it.
Yeah. That far?
Yep. And council members, let me pass this around. It's in your packet, but you may should refer to it as a hard copy. This is really pretty much the same presentation we went through at your work session last week, you know, we're asking 4 questions, and you requested that we provide you with a little bit of additional information with regard to what other communities do. That's included in this table that I just passed around, the ones we looked at. If you look at the locations in the front yard, Cumberland County does allow these sorts of vehicles to be put in the front yard. Durham does not. Greensboro does not. High Point does if they're less than 24 feet in length and less than 14,000 pounds in gross vehicle weight. Raleigh allows them in the front yard if they're in a surfaced area. Wilmington does not. And Winston-Salem does allow it. They allow one if it's licensed and on an all-weather surface. In the side yard, Cumberland County does allow that to occur. This will be the corner side yard, so there'd be a street adjoining the side yard. Durham, no. Greensboro, no. High Point allows them there. Raleigh, yes, also as in the front yard if in a vehicular surface area. Wilmington, yes, if less than 25 feet in length and 6 feet tall. And Winston-Salem, no. And then we have stuff in the rear yard, but that's not what we've been talking about. It's mainly the corner and corner side yard and front yard. So I don't know whether we want to go through these 4 questions again or not to get specific direction from you about where we need to head with regard to modifying our standards.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schufer. Mr. Moan?
I know we settled on question 1 and 2 at our work session.
Yes.
Maybe you could just review what we settled on.
Okay.
So that we've already done that.
I think you have. I think you've said that the vehicle should be stored on some form of surface. It doesn't necessarily have to be asphalt or concrete, but some surfaced area that would contain the vehicle. You also said that multiple vehicles could be allowed, again, if they're stored in that area. There was a discussion about 3 at that point in time.
When you say surface, Mr. Schubert, what kind of surface? Because it could be just a front yard. I mean,
What we're thinking of, Mr. Hurst, would be gravel or something, something that would be what you would normally expect to see as a driveway material. And then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that y'all decided that up to 3 vehicles could be allowed in issue 2. I think that where we got into more discussion and more ambivalence was how large the vehicles should be allowed to be, and then in terms of vehicle type, those were the 2 issues that didn't seem to have any resolution at the point in time we finished the discussion.
Mr. McDougall?
I was just gonna, well, I went through these, I can tell you which ones I like, which ones, actually beautify the neighborhood, and which ones don't. And I think that's kind of what we started to do last time. What I was trying to do was stop him, Mr. Mayor, and at the first slide that he was showing, just to point out which pictures we found acceptable and which ones we didn't. Like here, we found, I can't really tell, that first boat is on the grass, is it not? And we found it unacceptable. The second one at the top on the right, we found acceptable because it was on the concrete. None of the rest of these were found acceptable except for the last one, where the guy has the RV and he has a nice drive and he has it parked there. I think we found it acceptable even though it was in the front yard. Now, reading the ordinance real carefully, people can have these and own them as long as they can put them in their backyard or back them far enough away, even in their side yards, I believe the way the ordinance read, and which sounds really acceptable to me. Because if I live next door, even to this guy in the bottom right, and I want to look down the street, it becomes, a difficult thing. Even if I got cameras or something, and I say that, just Saturday night, somebody followed one of my neighbors home from the store at 8:30 at night, 8:40 to be exact, and actually got behind the vehicle, actually my minivan, and ran up on the guy, knocked him down, took his wallet. Well, he ran up on him. He said, "Well, I'm trying to find Walmart." But anyway, my point is that if this looks acceptable because it looks good, it's nice and clean. Some of these others, they just kind of junked up.
So if it's parked behind the house or in the driveway, you're all right with it?
If it's neat like this bottom one there, even in the front, might be acceptable. You understand what I'm saying? It's just the neatness that we're looking for, and that's one of the reasons that we were,
That's
I
subjective.
think, putting them in the back, because some people just don't keep the yards neat, and you're trying to help with that. Your community values, your neighborhood values. I'm sorry. I'm through, Mr. Mayor. You shouldn't have let me talk.
My fault again. Sorry, Mr. McDougal.
Okay.
All right, council, any further direction? Well, let me make a suggestion, and maybe council can butt in if you don't like it. I don't have any problem as long as they can put their vehicle in the backyard or in the driveway, and it's neat in appearance, and I don't know how you're going to enforce neatness. But
that will require a little thought. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get to neatness.
Right.
But you're right, as I think Councilmember McDougal mentioned, you sort of know it when you see it.
Yeah. But there ain't no excess. The guy right above the guy with the RV in the driveway that's nice. It's
wait a minute, is this
double
going to be my fault again? I just want to know.
I'm sorry, I didn't even get permission to speak. But the picture right above that is not a neat. I don't care how you look at that. It's too much junk.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna be quiet now.
That's all right. Mr.
It's late.
Colvin and Mr. Arp.
Mr. Shuford, I'm looking at the handout you gave, which had what the different ordinances were for some peer communities.
Yes, sir.
Right now, City of Fayetteville has no acceptable parking for these vehicles, even in a person's front yard, whether it's neat or not, the side yard, whether it's neat or not, and you do have it in the rear yard, which some rear areas are not accessible by these larger vehicles. So I guess if I'm understanding it right, I guess this will be more of a question for our colleagues. I think what we discussed during the work session was that we would allow front and side yard parking with a gravel or a paved surface. Was that kind of
Yes,
where
sir.
we were with that?
That's the way I recollect
So
that.
why are we back here with it? Do you need formal action tonight, or what's the misunderstanding about that?
Well, the way I understood it, Councilmember Colvin, was that you wanted to bring it back, and after you'd had a chance to see what other communities were doing, and react to that. That's the direction I took from the
Okay, so
meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion this time, if we could. Like to amend the current ordinance that allowed the front yard parking and the side yard parking of the RVs, trailers, on the hard surfaces, as we discussed during the work session with staff.
Motion by Councilmember Colvin. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ooh.
So we can get discussion here.
All right, Mr. Crisp. All right, we'll go into the discussion now on the Colvin Crisp motion. Go to Mr. Arp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Colvin and Mr. Chris for the motion.
Not gonna thank me.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Jim. I know you love me.
Thank you, Kathy. Is there anybody else I missed? Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for not getting in the way. On the issue here, the question I have is, I think everybody's in agreement. If the vehicle is parked on a driveway, that's a good thing. I think most of us have an issue when we ride through neighborhoods and we see vehicles or trailers or boats parked up in the yard, and the yard not being kept. That's an issue. The question that I would ask is, with the gravel piece of it, if you don't define the scope well on what's acceptable, I'll go to Lowe's and buy me about 10 bags of gravel and throw some out there in my yard, and park it and say, hey, I'm parking on gravel. So, in my mind, if it's a vehicle, it should either be parked on concrete or asphalt, a prepared hard surface, and that's where it should be located at. Thank you, gentlemen, lady.
Is that an amendment?
I would make that as an amendment.
I accept that.
Thank you, Mr. Crisp.
Yes, sir. The problem here, and we kind of missed it, folks, but Mr. Shuford asked it the other night. What's the size? We're creating, while I have no problem with the motion as such, but I have a problem with the ability of his people to enforce the discipline that we're making the policy on. And what I mean by that is, now go back to that first picture, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now down in the bottom right corner, that's a neat setup. We have no idea how long that is, but that looks like a nice thing. Now go to the next one. Next one. Now look at that thing in the top right corner there and tell me that your neighbor's gonna be happy with that and can't see anything from his front yard or front porch. Mr. Shuford asked us the other night, what is the size that we're going to allow? Because without that, he has no relevance in terms of enforcement. I don't have the answer. That's why I said I'm stymied, because some of these things look like junk heaps, and some of them look fine. Look at the one in the middle on the left. What is that? Okay?
Wouldn't want it next door to me.
I don't know, but it's valuable to someone. But the appearance of that in the neighborhood, you with me? I'm sure some neighbors would object to that, as well as the big box on the top right. But the one in the middle on the right looks pretty good.
Right,
So
okay.
I don't know. I don't have the answer as to what size limitations, but he just can't go out there, his inspectors, and subjectively say, I'm gonna ticket you and cite you because this don't look good.
Right. All right, there's a motion on the floor. We have an appropriate first and a second on that motion, and we have 3 speakers to speak to the motion. Mr. Wright, you're first.
Looking at the chart here, in reference to other cities, I think it's a very simple solution, and I think I agree with Councilman Arp as far as the solid surface. But when you look at bigger vehicles that's blocking, I really don't think that there is a solution as to how we can work that. But we would have to allow them to park on a hard surface as a concrete or a blacktop. But as far as them impeding someone else's view from their home, I don't think we're going to be able to get around that, other than one of the councils mentioned, I think, was a special permit, but they would still have to be parked there because some backyards are not suitable. They're not large enough to get those larger vehicles in those backyards. So if a citizen purchases an SUV or a camper, for them not to be allowed to park it in their yard, I think that's taking something away and adding that they would have to rent a facility to park their SUVs, which would be a hardship on some families. So we need to consider that as well.
Yes, sir. In terms of size, if you look at the sheet that I passed out, there are 3 communities that address the size issue. You got High Point, which says that if it's parked in the front yard and presumably the corner side yard, if it's less than 24 feet in length or less than 14,000 pounds gross vehicle weight, then as far as let's see, High Point, you have to turn the page over and look at the footnote. It's the one that's sort of in the middle that's shorter.
Okay, gotcha.
It says all motor vehicles have to be parked on an improved surface area, cannot exceed 50% of the front or corner yard, and RVs 400 square feet or less. So that gives you a square footage number that we've talked about. And of course, we've used the single axle trailer as a measure as well. And then in Wilmington, they say if it's less than 25 feet in length and 6 feet in height, it can go in the side yard, but not in the front yard.
Okay.
So I don't know if that helps or
Thank you,
hurts
Mr.
as far as
Shuford. We can read the chart here. You finished, Mr. Wright? Ms.
Yes.
Jensen?
Yes, when Councilmember Crisp was talking about the picture up on the right-hand corner, that's not an RV. So, I mean, is there any way that we can say, you know, it has to be an RV or something of that sort? Because that's not even an RV. It's three,
I think
Yeah.
24 feet.
yeah, I want to amend the motion. And, you know, 24 feet might seem like a lot, but, you know, I have a friend that has 8 kids. Her family car wouldn't be able to be in the front of the house, you know. So it's not as, you know, as long as we think it is. So I think that if somebody would look at maybe the 3 axles, as Councilmember Arp was saying, maybe only have 2 axles and not 3.
Yeah,
Help me.
Just limit vehicles to 2 axles, or they would require a waiver. There would have to be a waiver process.
Or an RV. I mean, and I think that's the difference, because the one on the top is obviously a work truck, I think. It's a work truck, yeah.
Mayor,
I would accept the friendly amendment by my colleagues to put some specifics on what's allowed, to, if I'm understanding it right, to include only recreational vehicles. Those other triple axles or larger would have to get a special permit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we would amend the motion to reflect that, Madam Attorney. Wake up.
so the motion has been amended to the point.
Was that an acceptable way to amend the motion that was on the floor?
But I don't know what the motion is now since it's.
It'll
been
be
amended.
repeated in just 1 minute, Mr. Chris. Mr. McDougal?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we table this item and let Mr. Shuford go and come back with total detail.
We've got a motion on the floor. I can't accept that motion.
A motion
Do we have a
to table-
parliamentarian in here?
Mr. Mayor, motion to table is preemptive.
I motion to table.
If you don't get a second, though, it don't go.
Second.
Oh, Lord. You got a second.
All right. Madam Attorney, I accept Mr. McDougal's motion.
See, I'm a parliamentarian
There you go.
by trade. I'm a preacher,
All right.
pastor.
Is there a second on that motion?
Mr. Wright, second, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Wright? All right. The motion is to table the issue and hear it for the 5th time by Mr. Shuford at the next meeting.
With
So-
detail.
We need to get some lengths and
Let's,
axles.
council, I'll ask for your vote,
Mayor,
please.
just to clarify, if the motion passes, then it will be tabled. If it does not pass, then you would resume the discussion on the previous motion.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Council, I'll ask for your vote, please.
How many greens we got, man? What is it, 6 votes?
We need some people to vote.
I didn't vote.
Motion failed. Voting against, Councilmember Crisp, Councilmember Jensen, Mayor Robertson, Mayor Pro Tem Davy, Councilmember Colvin, Councilmember Moan. Those voting in favor to bring it back for the 5th time, Councilmembers Wright, Councilmember Arp, Councilmember Hurst, Councilmember McDougal. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Colvin. Restate the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I vote to amend our current ordinance to allow parking of the recreational vehicles in the front yard on designated concrete or hard surfaces, on the side yard with the same requirements, to not to exceed, well, this is only specific for recreational vehicles, as we understand it, any additional vehicles to be parked in those areas would have to have a special approval or permit.
Clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Crisp?
He said hard surface. Does that mean concrete or asphalt?
Concrete asphalt, yes, sir. Non-permeable surface.
Okay.
And that's fine for the RVs. How about the trailers? Is that 2 axles or more?
Two axles or more needing a special.
Okay. All right. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, council, I'll ask for your vote. That is 8-2. Voting against, Councilmembers Hurst, Councilmember McDougal, voting for the motion, Councilmembers Crisp, Jensen, Wright, Arp, Robertson, Davy, Colvin, and Moan.
Rub it in.
Thank you. All right, let's back up. We'll do 9.02, and again, welcome Mr. Voorhees to the podium. Thank you all for being here with us as late as you are. Mr. Shuford will meet you at the door, and he'll tell you what we just did. Thank you. Have a good night. Drive safe.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I'll be as fast as I can. I'd like to thank Kevin Arata and his team and Corporate Communications, Kenneth, Gavin, Sherry, and Nathan for helping put this together, to communicate the hard work done by Budget and Evaluation Director Tracy Broyles and her Budget Office team members Kelly Culberth, Mary Beth Grimberg, Shay Poteet, and Chris Wilkerson. And also like to thank my deputy managers who are still, one of them's here, deputy managers Rochelle Small-Toney, Christoph Bauer, and also assistant manager Jay Reinstein. And thank Rebecca Rogers-Carter and Chris McMillan for all their work on performance measurement, which is throughout the document. This is 19 minutes. As we discuss the needs and desires of our community and our organization, I want to thank Mayor Robertson and the City Council for providing clear guidance through the strategic planning process and in adopting last year's budget, which linked the Council's strategic priorities with funded initiatives. Last year's budget took a more holistic approach to reducing crime, bolstering our infrastructure, expanding recreational opportunities, and improving economic development. Some of the ways we accomplished this was through the expansion of the police department, the establishment of a crime lab, the construction of the Westover Aquatic Center, the rebirth of Fayetteville Cumberland Youth Council, and the opening of the new Economic and Business Development Office. Our job as a municipality is to deliver on the priorities that the City Council has adopted. The priorities were formed based on resident feedback through our community cafe conversations, web-based forums of citizen engagement, including Fayetteville Out Front, and our monthly community awareness meetings coordinated through the Fayetteville Police Department. The priorities identified during the strategic planning retreat provided a framework for how resources are allocated in the fiscal year 2016 budget. The City Council's top priorities include crime reduction and economic development, followed by Parks and Recreation, improving customer service, addressing the issue of homelessness, and developing and implementing a comprehensive land use plan. I would like to take a moment and take a deeper look at what last year's budget helped to accomplish and how the next budget will accomplish the Council's current priorities. Last year's top priority was improving public safety. Last year, the incidence of major crime was reduced by approximately 10%. Much of this reduction comes from a new emphasis on data-driven decision-making and problem-solving policing in partnership with the community. These techniques, together with enhanced use of technology, such as the new public camera systems, the new Crime Information Center, and improved forensic capabilities, set us on a steady course of crime reduction and deterrence. Noteworthy as well is the fact that complaints of police use of force and incidents of police-involved use of firearms are both significantly reduced from prior years. At a time when the national conversation is about how police departments should reform, Fayetteville is demonstrating success through action. But there remains more to do. In fiscal year 2016, the Fayetteville Police Department will receive its final budget allocation of 11 new officers that will be added to the 36 already authorized in fiscal year 2015. Recruiting well-qualified individuals while keeping up with ongoing attrition will be a focus area for Chief Medlock in order to maintain full authorized strength. A key issue addressed by this budget will be the maintenance of the existing police step plan that provides generous salary progression for those that choose law enforcement as a career with the City of Fayetteville. But public safety isn't limited to policing. This budget also provides for a new step plan for public safety telecommunicators who provide the critical communications link between the public and our first responders. The plan will ensure market pay equity with their peers in nearby agencies. We will also continue moving forward with the City-County study for a potential co-location of a new 911 center. And we will begin our first full year of operating our newly upgraded public safety radio system that provides enhanced reliability and coverage throughout our service area. Body cameras will also be deployed in fiscal year 2016. While police services are the city's largest budgetary expenditure, fire services are very significant as well. Recently, the city's internationally accredited fire department received the rating of ISO Class 1, only the third department in the state to receive the highest rating possible. This designation will result in decreased fire insurance premiums for commercial and industrial properties within the city's fire service area beginning this year on July 1st. Achievement of ISO Class 1 status is a testament to the excellence of our firefighters, Chief Major's leadership, our excellent 911 center and staff, and the quality of our water system managed by the Fayetteville Public Works Commission. In further support of our firefighting services, this budget initiates a step plan for the fire department and funds the construction of a replacement for Fire Station 12. I'm pleased that for fiscal year 2016, the City of Fayetteville will be able to hit the ground running with the staff authorized by the City Council last year. The Economic and Business Development Department's mission is to support small local business development opportunities and to promote retail corridor redevelopment projects. Their mission will be supported in the recommended budget with the funding for a targeted economic development strategic plan. Additionally, I'm proposing a local small disadvantaged business enterprise manager to develop targeted outreach, mentoring, and bidding assistance for local businesses. This position will also serve as a liaison to the city's purchasing division, which is recommended to transition from PwC to the city by the end of the calendar year, to make sure that we hold ourselves accountable to any requirements for local small disadvantaged business enterprise goals in city contracting. Further commitments to economic development include $150,000 for a detailed feasibility study for the Catalyst Site 1 major reinvestment project, $100,000 to begin a redevelopment project fund for corridors, $495,000 to continue land purchases for Murkison Road redevelopment, and $150,000 to continue contributions for farmers market initiatives and business incubator initiatives. Industrial recruitment activities continue to be structured in partnership with Cumberland County and the Chamber of Commerce's Fayetteville-Cumberland Alliance, which is undergoing transition. We will maintain our close contact with Cumberland County and Alliance officials as we work together to determine how best to arrange our public-private partnership for success. In keeping with last year's initiative to expand the city's recreational offerings by constructing the Westover Family Aquatic Center, which is scheduled to open this summer, funding for an additional aquatics center is provided in fiscal year 2016 with a location to be determined by the City Council. Together, these two facilities should send a strong message to citizens that the city is serious about adding parks and recreation facilities that enhance our quality of life. But in order to meet the many and varied interests of our community, including our seniors, it will be necessary for a large capital investment that delivers a wide range of new facilities, such as additional aquatics facilities, ball fields, trails, skate parks, tennis and basketball courts, competition facilities, an enlarged senior center, and other facilities. Such a collection of projects is best financed through the use of general obligation bonds, which requires a referendum of the people. Accordingly, the recommended budget provides funding for a bond referendum and voter education campaign, should the City Council decide the time is right for such an initiative. If so, the City Council will decide the final size and content of the bond package during the summer. Across the entire City of Fayetteville organization, we are committed to excellence in customer service. It's what we strive for day in and day out. There is no other organization in our community that touches so many citizens' lives so frequently, whether through city-provided utilities, streets, traffic, transit, solid waste collection, public safety services, or any number of other functions. We deliver service to tens of thousands of people every day. So it's important that every employee understand that we are in the customer service business. To this end, we have begun integrating customer service training and awareness throughout the organization. In particular, development services staff has developed partnerships that allow for an open dialogue about planning and development issues, provides customer service training specifically designed for staff in regulatory roles, and has introduced new technology to improve transparency and response time. Furthermore, the funding of additional inspectors and a development advocate last year, coupled with recent pay plan changes, are all beginning to positively impact management accountability and increasing our responsiveness. While electrical inspections became a service issue during this past year, focused attention is having a desirable impact on improving overall outcomes. Once the City Hall third floor renovation project is completed, it will allow us to move ahead with a redesigned customer experience in the Development Services Department on the first floor. But Development Services is only a piece of the story. Earlier this year, we successfully relocated our customer call center to the PwC campus, added new call tracking technology, deployed our new FayWorks service request and central records management solution, and deployed the Fayetteville customized mobile service request app, FayFixit. These are truly major initiatives to modernize and respond to the changing dynamics of the customer service environment. As we continue to refine our processes and use these new tools, we will be better able to meet customer expectations, report on our activities, and make more timely and responsive decisions for our customers. Further customer service improvements were made to our public transportation system, the Fayetteville Area System of Transit, also known as FAST. Improvements include enhanced services to Fort Bragg and the Enterprise Avenue Owen Drive area, services to the western area of Strickland Bridge Road, a new partnership with Fayetteville State University that also serves the Pamela and Country Club Drive area, as well as increasing the number of bus stop shelters and benches across the city. Additionally, the much anticipated multimodal center is under construction. This is an exciting time for FAST, and this budget supports the ongoing effort to strengthen customer service, safety, and convenience. Another dramatic impact on the public's perception of our commitment to customer service will come with the major redesign of the public concourse at the Fayetteville Regional Airport. Thanks to Airport Director Brad Whitted's planning and strong relationship with the FAA, the largely federally funded project has been moved ahead and is advancing into full-scale design. On another front, staff is working diligently on overhauling the city's website to modernize it make it more customer-friendly and more easy to navigate. The site is scheduled for a launch by 2016 and will be a game changer in terms of how we communicate with the public. Staff continues to boost participation in Fayetteville Out Front and other social media platforms to further involve our citizens in contributing to the betterment of our city. The problems surrounding homelessness are complex and seemingly intractable. Our community has taken many steps to address the needs of our homeless population and has invested significantly over the years in affordable housing. Unfortunately, there always seems to be a population that remains on the street. Recently, the city entered into a contract to reopen the Hope Center and continues to provide financial assistance to our homeless services partners such as the Salvation Army, Operation Inasmuch, True Vine Ministries, and other nonprofit entities. Further, the City Council has committed to financial participation with the Fayetteville Metropolitan Housing Authority to redevelop the 70-year-old Grove View Terrace public housing complex. So whether it's serving the basic needs of the homeless or affordable housing projects that aim to prevent homelessness, Fayetteville is involved in community partnerships. The question remains, what else can be done? This budget provides the city's $10,000 contribution to purchase a homeless management information system with Cumberland County, and a further $40,000 to assist with developing a joint approach for coordination and oversight of the various homelessness activities in our community, with the county serving as the lead agency for most human service, social service, and behavioral health issues. It makes sense for us to coordinate our activities with Cumberland County. Additionally, we will continue to work with our Downtown Alliance partners on ways to address panhandling and vagrancy so that we achieve positive outcomes for our downtown merchants and visitors while respecting the dignity of our harder-to-serve populations. Achieving our goal of a highly desirable place to live, work, and recreate, as well as a community of vibrant focal points with unique neighborhoods and high-quality and effective infrastructure, means that we simply must pay more attention to planning and good design. Making good land use decisions is a part of this, but it is a challenge to make good decisions in isolation. That's why it's so important to have a solid long-range and comprehensive land use plan, which continues to be supported in this budget. The addition of a long-range planner in last year's budget will now allow us to move in this direction over time. As we get into the details of the work, citizens, planning commissioners, and city council members will be asked to help craft the plan, section by section. This is how we hope to advance this agenda in a measured and cost-effective way. The budget development process began with City Council setting strategic priorities and adopting budget development guidelines. As you can see, the City Council is driving organizational priorities. Specific highlights within the Council's adopted strategic plan framework, including the 6 top priorities identified for fiscal year 2016, are listed in the budget message for your review. The goals include building a safe and secure community, promoting a diverse and viable economy, supporting a high-quality built infrastructure, creating a desirable place to live, work, and recreate, sustaining our organizational capacity, and encouraging resident engagement and partnerships. In accordance with the requirements of the Local Government Budget and Fiscal Control Act, I am sending to you the proposed budget for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2015 through June 30th, 2016 for the City of Fayetteville. The proposed budget provides $213 million total expenditures across all funds, not including funds under the control of the Fayetteville Public Works Commission, with $159 million in general fund expenditures. This spending plan represents a 2.8% increase in the general fund over the fiscal year 2015 adopted budget. The tax rate necessary to support the base budget remains unchanged at 48.6 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. A thorough listing of the revenue highlights has also been included in this year's written budget message. The City of Fayetteville's mission is to be recognized as a state and regional leader in providing excellent municipal services that enhance the quality of life for all. The city has a tremendous opportunity in fiscal year 2016 to capitalize on the investments made to improve the economy and safety of our residents. We must continue to work together to boost economic development in order for Fayetteville to remain competitive and thriving. The outcome will have a positive impact on our efforts to further reduce crime. We are also committed to building an organizational culture of excellence that will enhance city programs and customer service efforts. Residents are already benefiting from a unified and comprehensive commitment to quality service. We serve with respect, and employees are being recognized through our Core Values Award. Working together with the Mayor and City Council to develop actionable priorities that help us to achieve our community vision has enabled the City of Fayetteville to address critical service areas while redeveloping and repurposing aging facilities and infrastructure. This year, City Council's approach was collaborative and focused on the top priorities for our community. A critical component of this success was the increased opportunity for resident engagement to define not only what priorities are, but what success looks like. The Mayor and City Council listened to our residents and responded with action. Additionally, if real change is to be accomplished, movement must be deliberate and with purpose. City Council developed a results-focused approach and remains committed to performance management, ensuring transparency and accountability. We have great momentum, and as City Manager of Fayetteville, it is my commitment to you that staff will continue to work hard every day to deliver the quality services and programs our residents expect and deserve.
Well done. Now, when do I get the hard copy?
You do the weather too?
When do we get the hard copy?
So council members, if you don't have your budget binder, we do have those available for you. So Mr. Crisp, we can get that for you this evening. Ms. Jensen, we do have those.
You get yours.
I believe they've been put up in the mailbox, but we'll go double check, make sure they're all
Everybody's probably
available.
Wasn't in my mailbox either, but that's all right. We get it. We get it.
Thank you, Mr. Voorhees. Does Mr. Blanchard have a video also?
He'll come up. He may have a slideshow, but these are just highlights of the next steps. The budget work sessions begin Wednesday. We'll overview the major revenue projections and go through the support services portfolio. Shouldn't take too long. Then the following Wednesday, we'll go over the other two portfolios, community investment and operations. And depending on council, your questions, the topics you'd like to discuss, that'll drive what we cover on the 27th or whether you feel that you've got all you need. We do have a request to cover the stormwater fund, which we'll be prepared to discuss on the 20th or the 27th, depending on how you wish to structure meetings. The budget public hearing's already been set for the 26th, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to adopt June 8th. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Blanchard.
So we need to be here, Mr. Mayor, on the 13th and the 20th? And
Yes,
the
sir.
27th?
And the
What
27th.
time?
It's already populated in your calendars. I can check for you.
I got the calendar. I'll look it up. Yeah.
Mr. Blanchard.
Let me see if I can.
5.
Have to get my glasses so I can see. I was kind of told to tell you, I originally had about 70 slides to present tonight, but after talking with Jay, he told me that I should shorten it, so I'm down to about 18 slides as soon as I can. Well, due to the lateness of the hour, I will try to be very quick going over this slides. You should have received a copy of the budget that was approved by our commissioners and should have been forwarded to you. I don't know if you have specific questions you want to ask tonight or if there's issues that you would like to have us to address directly. We'll be glad to do that at any time. What I'd like to do tonight, again, is give some very high-level oversight as we've done in the past, as well as provide you some impacts of what the PWC budget would have in particular area involving the city. In very round numbers, we've got on the electric side of the house, we're looking at revenues of $223,644,999. Other contributions coming in about $3.3 million, and some budgetary appropriations about $16.8 million, which gives us on the electric revenue side $243,834,999. If you have your book with you, or if you want to make some notes on the slides and go back and refer to that, these numbers are being pulled from page 30 in the budget document. On the expenditure side, to show where the money will be spent or where it goes, our operating expenses on the electric side, just over $201 million. Capital, almost $24.9 million. Transferred to the city, $9,487,800, and then some budgetary appropriations, just over $8 million, giving our expenditures $243,834,999. On the wastewater side, revenues coming in, $84.6 million. Customer contributions just over $4 million, and then budgetary appropriations $18.4, giving the water resources side of the house a budget of $107,065,870. And that revenue will be spent $79,523,000 for operating expenses, $79,523,000. Operating expenses, capital, $22,711,000, and this budgetary appropriations, $4.8 million. Again, these are all found on page 30 in the book if you want to refer to those. Next slide is the Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund. Basically, the operating and other revenues for that particular fund is $9.5 million. Budgetary appropriation is about $20,000, giving the Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund revenues of $9,538,900, and that's to balance the expenditures of $9,538,900, which, when you pay those out, basically makes that a balance of zero at the end of the year whenever the revenues and the expenditures are covered. Capital projects, Fleet Maintenance Internal Service Fund, by the way, was on page 31 in the book, if you want to make a note for that. Electric fund capital, CIP capital, we got just over $23 million in that. The non-CIP capital, which is projects that are like buying vehicles and computers, those kind of things, are non-CIP, whereas installing infrastructure is typically CIP type projects. So the total capital is $24,865,400. We also have just over $11 million in additional CIP work that's being funded by other sources of revenue. And again, if you want to go into detail on that, we can do that at a future night. We do have in the book, there's a section in the back that's called the capital budget tab. There are 165 projects listed in there. So if you're interested in any one project or any one that you want us to go over and give you more details of any of those projects, we'll be glad to do that. Again, we won't try to go through all 165 tonight, but we'll be glad to furnish you whatever information you really want to know about any particular project that may be listed back there. On the water, wastewater fund capital, we got 20.6 million in CIP capital, 2.1 million in non-CIP capital, for a total of 22,711,000. In the note, we have 59.7 million in additional CIP work that's funded through other sources, and that's typically loans, bonds, low interest loans from the state, those kind of things. Just to give you some idea of what's going on that we're involved in around the city, we've got a number of DOT projects that the utility is going to be funding about almost $8.5 million for. The Canterman Road widening, a lot of these projects are already underway to some degree. Rayford Road widening, Rowan Street Bridge replacements, I-295 outer loop, Owen Drive signal improvements, Workson Road widening, the bridge number 116 replacement over CSX Railroad, and then we got various resurfacing and stormwater projects that fit into this category. So if you, again, want to have information about any particular projects here, we'd be glad to provide that information for you. Some projects related directly to the city of Fayetteville, we got about $2.7 million associated with that. The multi-voltage center streetscape, $125,000. Person Street, $500,000. Winslow Street, $100,000. I feel like I'd just read it to you that you can read it yourself, but Langland Street, electric underground streetscape, water and sewer associated with stormwater. We got about $500,000 in that one. Legend Avenue and water and sewer extension, as well as some annual asphalt overlay costs we put in the budget for this year. And then a note at the bottom, Phase 5 annexation, we're estimating just over $15 million being spent for Phase 5 annexation project. And then our LED street lighting replacement project, which is underway now, we're anticipating spending about $5.5 million next year in the lighting program. Again, I think I mentioned this in one of the other slides, the transfer to the city, $9,487,800. As was mentioned, economic development, again, is important to the city, so the Fayetteville PWC is still allocating $315,000 to the Economic Development Alliance of Fayetteville and Cumberland County, which would be combined with the cities to make the contribution to support the alliance in whatever fashion that may be in the future. And we also have a $10,000 participation in the Southeastern Partnership Group. Personnel cost, we're looking at 2.5% in the employee performance evaluation formula. Our employees are evaluated based on when they were hired, so typically we have people getting raises throughout the year, so the impact on our total budget is about half that, or 50% of that amount. We don't do cost of living adjustments. There's none included in our budget this year, and the pay scales are not being adjusted at all. Rate changes, electric rates going up. They just went up May 1st of 15. Water and sewer rates went up May 1st of 15, and they will, projections are will continue to rise effective May of 16 also for the electric side and the water and sewer side. Our rate stabilization funds, the electric rate stabilization fund is expected to be drawn down by $13,840,000 to support the operations, and the water rate stabilization drawdown is estimated to be $840,000. Cash reserves estimated to increase on the electric side by about $2.5 million, and on the water side, they'll actually go down about $3.6 million. This, I know you can't read, it's actually the budget ordinance page within the book, and you can get the details there, but this is typically what is approved. It's on page 32 in the book, and gives you the details you typically see. And again, back to the original slide, we've got about a $360 million budget. 243.8 is electric, 107 million is water. Fleet maintenance internal service fund, $9.5 million. The $360 million is a little less than last year. Our previous year's budget was 364 million, so our budget is down by $3.8 million. And
What is that from, Mr. Blanchard? Is that revenue is down?
All revenue and the way the money flows in and where it's taken from, as far as allocations coming from the rate stabilization funds and other funds and those kind of things, makes that change. I mean, so I'm not-
Is that where it's coming from, though, rate stabilization and reserve?
those types of numbers? Yes, that's where most of it's coming from.
Okay. And then the only other question I had before I pass the baton here, I think Mr. Arp had 12 or 13 questions to ask you. And that's the transfer to the city. Is that based on the numbers from the House bill that's proposed, or what is that number based on?
Yes, that's based on, 5.2% of the last audited, which was fiscal year 14 sales.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Davey?
Yes, I'm not sure if this is the right time to say this, but I know we need to set a public hearing for the budget. I don't know. For the well, that was for the House bill, but is that for the budget? You have it there? Okay. I think my mic was on. I'm sorry. At the steering committee, we adopted the new logo. Is that something that has started, or is that still on hold?
I think at this point in time, everything is kind of on hold to find out
Okay.
exactly where we're going to wind up being, and
Okay.
I don't know what that's going to be, so.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I see no other questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Blanchard.
If I could, like last year or previous years, if you have particular questions, if you want to send them directly to me, I'll be glad to get you answers to that, or you can send them through the city manager. I think last year he coordinated any questions that came up, and then he kind of funneled them all over at one time so we could respond. So we'll be glad again to provide you answers or feedback or additional information on anything that's in our budget. So.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification. We have to approve the schedule for the budget adoption. Is that correct?
I think it's already been approved.
And set the public hearing.
And set the public hearing. Mr. Voorhees, can you restate the dates for those events?
Or even bring that slide back up would be better. Can you do that? Was this not part of the published calendar?
It was.
Okay. I mean, so we've already adopted it, but we need to do it again? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that the council adopt the budget process dates of May 13th for an overview, May 20th, a second overview, May 27th, we discuss any topics. A public hearing be scheduled for May the 26th, and that a budget adoption occur on or about June 8th, and that this would include both the City of Fayetteville's budget and the Public Works Commission's budget.
That's Mr. Arp with Mr. Wright with the second. Council, is there discussion on the motion? Mr. Moan, you voting? All right. Council, seeing no other lights, let's vote, please. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, that's unanimous. All right, council. What's next?
Mr. Mayor, at 11:52 in the evening, I would move that we, 11:53, that we adjourn.
Objection.